week blow my fucking mind. So hi YouTube. Guys, give me a hell yeah. Let's talk to YouTube real quick. Mods, we might have to do some timestamps for this as theory time, analysis of reaction time, of whatnot time, and then the other one. Guys, give me a hell yeah. Say hi to YouTube. Hi YouTube. Welcome on and appreciate y'all being here. Hi. That's all I can say. I'm so fucking happy to be here. It is the end of the core. And I feel like today we're going to get a little spicy. Today's going to be a long video. And the reason why it's going to be long is because it feels as though there's a lot of disinformation that needs to be shut down. There's a lot of topics that we need to cover. There's a lot of theories, thanks to all the random chats that happen on Discord and on here that I have going on in my head. There's 101 other perspectives that are happening all at once. So this video might be literally time marked in like 4 different spaces, which is theory time, probably like looking at the papers, like the peer-reviewed papers, analysis time, OP analysis, if you really want to make it that far, the ending, and talk with Espi. What's up, YouTube? Recording breaking rant incoming. Oh yeah. So I first want to start off by saying this, guys. What episode is this? And this goes to you guys, where Rudy first encounters Orsted. What is the episode where Rudy first encounters Orsted? Episode 21. Okay, hold on. We're going back in time, my friend. We're going back in time. Back to the past Samurai Jack here. What is the episode title, specifically? Turning Point 2. Is it Turning Point 2? Okay. So, before we jump into this, I do want to say, I had a coworker, because I've been talking to this coworker about, like, Mushoku Tensei and stream and, you know, what this story's about and all of these wonderful things. And I got to the fact, like, they're another therapist, they're another psychologist, about the rat. I was like, and they keep joking about a rat. They keep joking about, like, certain instances. And he looks at me, and he's like, okay, so what are you asking? And I was like, okay, why is a rat there? Where would a rat be? How is the rat, like, even, like, you know, important in this story? And, like, I kept going down the line, and then he's like, have you ever asked what is a rat? And it sounds stupid. It sounds silly. I know, because we always have to ask what, where, why, and how. But as soon as he said, what is a rat? My brain fucking took off. My brain fucking took off. And in case you guys are wondering here, I'll show you guys this just so that you guys have it in your fucking mind. I don't have time to be like, I'm still working my way through volume 1. I don't have time to be even looking up shit. Boom. These are my searches. Let's look up rat. Oh, look, Radzar, Ram Ranch, Raid Shadow Legends. Let's look up Mushoku Tensei. Mushoku Tensei world map from the other day. There's no... there is no, like, I don't have time to be looking, like, outside of streaming, because I have work, I have school, I have 1,001 things in there. Raid Shadow Legends script. Yes. Nobody asked how is a rat, right? All right, guys, there's an ad coming up soon. I guess if you're subbed only, you guys get to hear a little bit about this rant. Apologies. It's just Twitch. I don't know what else to say. So through that, well, one of the big things that I guess for me is highlighted throughout all of this is, like, what specifically is a rat? What is a rata? What is a rata? What is a rat, ladies and gentlemen? And this is something I really, really want to go in depth in. And this is something that, like people bringing up, oh, it's a rat, doesn't bother me. What bothers me, or what makes me really curious, is the concept of a rat. Like, why is this concept so important to the story, as Espi and others have been making it out to be? And in my theories and my time, I've come up with 3 different conclusions, actually. But I guess we'll go into it. The first one, we're going to watch a little clip beforehand of Orsted jumping in here and being able to go ahead and, like, see this interaction between Orsted and Rudy when they first interacted, because there's something about that is, like, eking at my brain, and I'm about to just go back and see maybe what is going on there. We'll go into the other explanations as to what I have thought. It's going to be wrong. I'm not here to make predictions. I'm here to analyze, but nonetheless, I'm here to have a fucking good time. And like sometimes when something scratches my brain, like I just gotta go. I gotta go and search for it. I literally gotta go in deep and do like analysis and stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start off with this one right here, right now. Boop. There you guys go. Rata de los patas. Actually, yeah, no spoilers, chat. Remember, this is just me working off of the conclusions that I've had and sort of like the different elements that have been presented so far. So let's go. Real quick, actually, before we even go into this is not a spoiler, I guess, but what time period are we in? Like, if we were to calculate the time period here versus time period on Earth, what time period is closely acceptable in relation from Mushoku Tensei to Earth? Hi, welcome on in, Moonar. Appreciate it. Is the rat simply a gray rat? Kind of medieval? Some are saying 5th century, 4th century, 1500, 1700-ish. Anyway, let's go. Is this it? I know. Hi, in case you're new, welcome on in, YouTube. Welcome to the finale. It is what it is. We tend to do this a lot. We tend to go back and reanalyze shit. It's muted. I know. Hold on. Poor dude. Ah. Peace out, Ox.
そっちはエリス・ボレアス・グレイラッドだな。お前は知らない顔だな。
Hold on, hold on.
貴様は何者だ。なぜ俺の名前を知っている。
なんで私の名前も知ってるのよ。
奇妙なところであったが、まあいい。いいの？今の時点では仕方がない。邪魔したな。
Interesting to note that she, like, her traveling with him, like, she's not affected by him at all, right? And sorry, this is all cooking. This is literally all cooking information for me, and this has been bugging my mind. We're gonna revisit one other scene before we jump straight into the episode. It's shit that has been 2 other scenes, like, literally eating up my brain because she's from another world and because Rudius is not supposed to be here. However, interesting that, like, as we're going through this, the animalistic, like the instinct that we have, a fight or flight, like activates like immediately, right? They're frozen in place, and the ox chooses to run and dies. And in a similar instance where Rudy decides to fight and dies, he's always cooking. So the reason why I'm stopping here is because I feel like there's more to this in this episode, in this particular scene that's coming up, that like my brain is trying to push together.
なんで私の名前も知ってるのよ。
奇妙なところであったが、まあいい。いいの？今の時点では仕方がない。邪魔したな。
待ってください。
Oh no. Brother.
なんだお前。
Brother.
どうも。ルーデス・グレイラットです。
bad fucking move one.
グレイラット家のものか。
はい。まずあなたのお名前は？
オルステッドだ。
オルステッド。この2人とはお知り合いなんですか？
いや、まだ知り合って。
1 and a half.
まだ？どういう意味でしょう？
お前は知らなくていい。いや、まだ知り合って。
オルステッド。この2人とはお知り合いなんですか？
いや。
No, I haven't met them yet. SpongeBob, I don't feel safe. Wee-woo, wee-woo. Wee-woo. Okay, hold on. Yes, because he's met them now. Reddit, Kami, no, we're literally going into the finale in a bit. We're analyzing some parts that have been missed, maybe.
どういう意味でしょう。
お前は知らなくていい。ところで、どこのグレイラット家のものだ。親の名前は
パウロ・グレイラットです。
パウロに息子はいないはずだ。娘が二人きりのはず。
まあ、なんと失礼な。いるんですよ。父親によく似た息子が一人。しかし、娘が二人って、なんでそんなことを知ってる？
それ以上近づくな。お前、目をそらさないな。
あなたの目つきは怖いので、今にもそらしたいところです。
Yeah, look, it's like, oh, hold on.
それで何の用だ？
あの魔力災害のこととかも何かご存知かなと思いまして。
No, thanks so much for the sub.
知らん。
そうですか。呼び止めて申し訳ありませんでした。
お前、人神という単語に聞き覚えはあるか？
あります。たまに夢に出てきて。
That's what I wanted to see. That's what I fucking wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, okay, hold on. I'll let this play out just for a quick second. What's he cooking? Oh, you're about to find out. Phenomenal fucking scene. Also, thanks so much for the sub, Callan. How you doing, man? We're back in 2021. Not yet. We're analyzing something. You guys saw the instance that he approached it. Wait, do you know Man God? So let me ask this, and I really, really want to ask this. Who else is working with the Man God? Because clearly, he attacks off of making this assumption about the Man God. Who else is working with the Man God? Ladies and gentlemen. No. Who knows? Me, spoiler, I am. That is a very good question. Because this automatic assumption means that there's like this war, this like instances, this feud that is happening between Orsted and the Man God, that there are different layers at place. And that Rudy is not just, because he automatically knows, like, are you like, you know, the Man God type thing, he attacks. Because more than likely there are other people in this world that are working with them. Like, who else is an archbishop, like if we're using ReZero terms, to be with the Man God? I have another scene I want to check out because my brain has been putting all of this shit together. So what is a rat? What is a rat but a liar? What is a rat but a traitor? What is a rat but a spy? What is a rat but infection? What is a rat but literal bubonic plagues out of situations in this? But what is a rat? A rat in this world, what is it? What is a rat? And that is where my brain is at. My brain is trying to decipher, number one, this scene does not sit well with me. Number two, yet on Orsted. Number three, ¿qué es la rata? Who is the rat? Who is the rat? So we're going to go into one more scene, and I kind of want to, like, a scene that also is scratching at my brain like a fucking rat right now. Guys, what episode is the Doldia tribe episode where Rudy is in the cage? Ed cooking the rat. Episode 14. Title of the episode. Does your brain tremble? We eating rat today. No such thing as a free lunch. What episode? 13, 14. What's the name of the title? No such thing as a free lunch. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's broken down weirdly. Okay. But we'll turn on the sub on. I am so intrigued by this pattern that we're going into. We're also gonna. There's one more. Fuck. I feel like the more I go into this theory, like of the rat, of what is a rat, the more I'm pointing at fucking everyone.
どうした？シーリー。
いやー、裸なのに随分偉そうなんだな。
おいシーリー、口の聞き方に。
Mods, you guys can turn on emo only chat if need be. That's okay.
気をつけろ。俺はここの先
Or
輩
sub
だ。
only. It's up to you guys.
おう。
ま、適当にくつろげよ。それで、シーリーはなんでぶち込まれたんだ？
いやー、イカ様がバレてよ。
おお、ギャンブルか。
It kind of reminds me of I don't want to say it. He reminds me of like what is it, like the rat bro. It's been like scratching at my brain of Monkey of Winton. Like his face structure is very Winton like. Winton. All right. Anyway, sorry.
鉄骨あたりかね。
なんだそりゃ。サイコロだよ。先輩は？
This. His movements here. Geese is one of the few individuals in this entire series that you will ever hear me say this. He confuses the fuck out of me. Geese as a character confuses the living fuck out of me. And I mean this in every sense of the word. Geese is the way, like, because his intentions is very mixed. The way that he's able to shift his body language to mirror Rudy. The way that he's able to go ahead and like open up conversations with Rudy. The way that like he uses psychological interventions in the way, like, you know, to get him to open up and say certain things. It strikes me really, really fucking weird. It always has since the earlier days in Mushoku Tensei. Since like the first time we saw this, I'm pretty sure if you guys want, you guys can go check that out and get my full thoughts on it. But like, Geese is one of the few characters that stands out like a sore thumb, and he's always been on my like radar, you know.
銀色の犬を抱きしめたらここにぶち込まれたのさ。
あれ先輩か。噂になってたぜ。ドルディアの聖獣が聖の獣に襲われた。
Wait, no fucking way. Hold on.
つうか残念だったな。
おいやめろ。
No.
いや、そういうのは無理だ。
Okay, aside from that.
ここから逃げ出してザントポートまでたどり着けるとか。
なこっただろ、分かってくれるかい。
花子し俺は取りに来たぞ。ついでにこの森を燃やし
襲れるとなんか熱いな。
なんか見張りを人質にとって町に案内させ。
There's something off about him. And I'm sorry. I keep coming into this. There's something off about him in how he approaches things, and how he interacts.
だとまるで見捨てられたみたいじゃねえか。子供の。
なんだよ急に。敬語はやめろよ。
Putting him in a position over. Guys, give me an episode where the man god appears, like in the session. Sorry, we're jumping straight into it, but like my brain is like, what is Geese? Like close to this. Close to this. 9, 10, and 12. So literally the day after, A Slow Life in Doldia Village. Yeah. Ed is cooking? No, this is 14. 9, 10, and 12. Give me a title. Give me a title name. Sorry. My brain is going fucking over mode because you guys keep talking about a fucking rat. And so I'm just over here long after the Paul episode. Okay, so in season 1. The rat has driven me insane. Or has it?
もう二度と顔を出さねえと思って安心してたぞ。
いやー、前は僕の助言で大変なことになったでしょ。ちょっと顔を出しづらくってさ。
神様にもそういうところがあるんだ。
僕冤罪でここに閉じ込められてるんです。
言えねえ。
ところでつかぬことを伺いますが、この辺で赤髪の少女と坊主頭のでっかい人が僕を探していたりしなかったですか？
なんだよ急に。敬語はやめろよ。
僕冤罪でここに閉じ込められてるんです。でも
ああ、
言い方だと
そりゃなんつ
ですね。
普通にあの子悪党を永遠に突き出せばルイジェルトと仲良く。
My brain is like literally heating the fuck up. I could also look at Elise, which I probably should do because that would actually kind of make it curious. But I'm so fucking Que buscas? The patterns that in which the man god and Geese talk to Rudy with are very similar. The man god can either put him down or lift him up or leave him in a like clue of context. Geese empathizes with him, either like makes a joke that puts him down, opens him up, or pushes him there. They're like, and I'm not just talking about like speech patterns or anything like that. I'm talking about specifically their beats and their points of reference. And for me, I wonder, how was Geese during Paul's party? Is Geese the same person that he was in Paul's party? Geese ask a lot of open-ended questions, which is a first in Mushoku Tensei. My ears are my ears are turning red, guys. My ears are fucking turning red. That's how you know, like, I'm fucking, like, my brain's thinking about this. Okay. There was another one, but I don't think that would be possible, which is that Luke might be a rat, but I don't think that's possible. I don't think Luke might be a rat. I don't think Luke might be the rat, you know. I don't think Luke might necessarily be over here like, you know, like that type of a thing. He is a gray rat. Shut the fuck up, guys. Shut the fuck up. When Ed said he didn't care about the rat. Which comes to my next question, and this is something that my therapist friend, Matt, brought up. What do rat bring? This is the exact same question that he asked me, so I'll ask you guys. What do rats bring? Yeah. And so I'm worried due to the time period and due to everything. Yeah, history lessons. Due to the time period and due to everything that, like, if Mushoku Tensei decides to take like a realistic Luke or something like into what like history might look like or something like that, that we might get some sort of disease or plague or some shit, and you guys are making this out to be like a global fucking pandemic or catastrophe that will happen in Mushoku Tensei. Even worse, if Rudy ends up losing someone that he loves due to this rat, that would be insane. But Mickey, what if it's like the Rona and it just keeps mutating to a point where you can't use detox magic, Mickey? What if it's anti-magic disease? Or what if it's made by like Hitogami? Or what if it's made by like, I don't know, some like end all be all ancient magic, so yeah, the Rona rat, some type of thing. These are the thoughts and questions that come into mind. Where the fuck is this story heading? Where the fuck is this story heading? Because right now there's a match happening. There's a 5D match happening between Hitogami and Orsted. We have Rudy in there, somewhere in there. What happens when people start losing pawns? When people, and by pawns I don't necessarily mean other people, but when you start losing a step, when you think you've taken a step forward, and then it gets canceled out because of this match that's happening between everyone. Rovid69. That's where my brain is at. Something else is going on in a bigger scale than anything else out there. And ladies and gentlemen, I do want to go ahead and take this time. That's all I got. That's legitimately all I got. I have more, and I can go further in depth, and I could bring up pictures, and I might do that at the end. But let's get into the analysis of certain things before we fully go fucking wild, and I have to pull out my fucking tinfoil hats and whatnot. We'll save that for the end, ladies and gentlemen. We'll save that for the end. But I do want to go ahead and state this. None of this is about predictions. All of this is about analysis. And I do want to go ahead and point out that Mushoku Tensei, when it comes to realisms or actions of realisms within their character-centered world, is fantastic, to say the least. I want to go ahead and highlight this. Mushoku Tensei is... There are a lot of haters out there. Guys, you guys can turn on general chat now. Make it for everyone. There are a lot of haters out there. And I'm sure all of you guys have encountered some sort of hater, at some point in time. And if you guys have, let me know. Drop some Doritos. Freedom. Drop some Doritos if you guys have encountered some sort of hater at some point in time due to Mushoku Tensei, right? And I feel like a lot of the criticism, and we're going to go over different criticisms that we have experienced or seen, is due to these people trying to go ahead and point out flaws or whatnot in the show. Which, if you don't like the show, that's A-okay. But for some people to say Rudy has everything handed to him, the world revolves around Rudy. If Rudy dies in this world, I think the world continues going on forward. If Subaru, or if Emilia or Subaru dies in their world, does the world continue going on forward? Or is there a big action sequence where a majority of the world dies? I love ReZero, right? I love a lot of the isekai out there. But to legitimately try and take this out as a point to try and say that Rudy has handed everything to him, and that and that essentially he goes through no troubles. That's a very interesting take that some people have, because it's throughout the entirety of Mushoku Tensei, it's just issues that happen to everyone, everywhere, all at once, right? He's just a random schmuck. And that's my point, is the world is just going nonetheless. There are consequences to his actions. There are consequences for himself, psychologically, physically, emotionally, so on and so forth. But that's why everything revolves around, have these people seen the show? That's a question that I have, Cleo's side. But through that, ladies and gentlemen, holy fuck. Welcome on in. Welcome to the finale. I hope you guys liked a little bit of cooking, liked a little bit of semblances. By the way, it's not just geese, as I said. I also have I was pointing to Annalise as well. Even Roxy, weirdly enough, there's some things about Roxy that I love. And then there's also some weird suspicion in my heart of hearts that oh, thanks so much, Aqua, appreciate it. that like I don't know, I got a weird feeling about Roxy, and I was just like, I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to listen to it, you know. So I'm letting all of that go, and I just wanted to showcase at least Geese and where my frame of thinking has started to go ahead and develop and like envelop itself completely. Guys, can we give a shout out to Alquan and LPGWV, please, mods? I'd appreciate it. So we'll drop that segment off right there because the rat is consuming my mind right there, ladies and gentlemen. Through that though, I didn't read any light novels. It's my own thought patterns. But have you thought about the horse? Wait, which one? Also, do you guys like this little speculation thing, like theory time? Let me know. Of course, this is not this is grounded from the stuff that we've seen. I don't have time to read the novels, sadly. But I really, really like going in deep and just like throwing random darts at a board and seeing like, oh shit, like this is where my thought process is leading me to. This is what's not leading me to, and so on and so forth. Caravaggio, poor guy. The horse, the rat, what else? Best moment of the stream. The horse, like the one that Rudred had. Oh shit. It's fun to see how close you can get to it while still being fucking off. I mean, okay. I would really be pissed if Sylphie dies. Like, if you guys are talking about this rat and there ends up being a fucking disease and Sylphie dies because of it, I'm done. Like, I'm sorry, but like Mushoku Tensei Journey is done for me if that happens. Okay, like, or if Rudy ends up getting sick and like almost dying, or Norn, if Norn or Aisha get sick, I am done. I am done. Like, that is game. That is fucking game. All people will die eventually. Oof. 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 Not the babies. Not the babies. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. Unless the rat is an actual person and ends up being like Elise or Geese or Roxy or one of these people. In which case, ha! All right, let me come down here, man. I gotta go to pull this shit up. No, it was sick. Aisha, por favor. Aisha, no. Oh, yo creo que Aisha, por favor, me habías asustado. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, we tend to go ahead and do a little bit of peer review. What do you think about your opinion at the end of season 1 that you would hate this if it would ever happen? I was wrong. So here's the thing. A lot of people seem to only take, like, whenever I make correct assumptions and shit. But, like, they never take away all the times that I fucked up or that I've been wrong. Because I've been wrong a lot. Paul, prime and clear fucking example. I've been wrong about Paul. You know, reading the light novels gave me a lot more instances of that. I've been wrong about a lot of like just a lot of situations. But people just love to nitpick the areas where I've been like close or semi-close or anything like that and be like, you see, he's read the light novels. But it's like, dude, no, I bet like this is fucking live. And in fact, we've done this for all the other shows where Twitch for like over a year got to pick everything. And we just analyzed the characters and got close, and the majority of it is wrong. My job is not to be right. My job is just to analyze and try and get close to a form of thinking. Yep. I thought the same about Oshinoko. Yeah. But have you read the light novel? I know, dude. Ed, glad to finally catch your stream. I was wondering if there was a plan to analyzing sound euphonium. I feel like there's a lot of interesting things. If it ever gets voted on, yeah, I think that would be fine. Isn't that just a joke? So no one remembers the horse from the first town. Clearly, I wrote all of the shows. Here's the plan, though, and as a heads up, this coming Friday we start off with Frieren. We will have Vinland Saga and probably Eminence on Sundays, and then throughout the week we'll probably have Summertime Rendering, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highlighting this so that you guys are well aware of it. Throughout the week, we will have all of these shows. These are the shows that are selected for this upcoming season, so you guys are aware of it. We have Frieren, we have Eminence in the Shadow, we have Vinland Saga Season 2, and Summertime Rendering. So those are the shows that we'll be going through. And Frieren is every Friday, Shadow Sama should be every Sunday, so on and so forth. Anyway, yeah, Frieren Fridays is not that far away. Let's take a look at it, ladies and gentlemen. The psychobiology of attachment and trauma. Some general remarks from a clinical perspective. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I have not seen BoJack. Like, I've seen an episode or two whenever it would air, but I wasn't really like into it because I always had a lot of other things that took my attention whenever that would come on. Not going into details, but yes. But also, I don't feel comfortable watching BoJack Horseman and a lot of those shows on stream, just because I've seen a lot of the copyright strikes. In case you guys don't know, Twitch has stepped up its audio copyright claim. And a lot of the shows that we've been watching, even for just a second of the trailer or the audio or whatever, has been getting muted. That's as far as I can go with that. Anyway, attachment refers to a psychobiological principle that is deeply rooted in the evolutionary development. Correct. Let's go down. Early and adverse traumatic experiences or major emotional neglect may lead to different levels of security versus insecurity, or disorientation through disorganization of the attachment patterns that correspond to characteristic features of neurobiological regulation. I.e., guess what? When your girlfriend or your partner really broke up with you and tore that a relationship with you, or a friend or whatever, that affected your brain. That affected your brain's resiliency. That affected your brain's ability to regulate emotions. That affected your brain's ability to go ahead and handle the stress of what it may be. That affected your brain's ability to go ahead and empathize. You know, that affected your brain's ability to even be able to go ahead and socialize and make friends. A lot of people, yeah, and it affects your brain, it affects everything else. A lot of people seem to like just throw away, like literally just throw away the fact that like Rudius has gone through a heartbreak, that Rudius is working through himself, and so on and so forth, and downplay it like there's nothing about it. He went through a breakup, boo-hoo, and it's like, no, dude, this is like an actual first attachment, even as Earthius, right? We will do the next core, but it's the final, since this is the first core, this is the final core for this one. Even as Earthius, did we ever hear that Earthius had a girlfriend or a partner or like a really, really deep, good friend that he established like a loving pattern with? Anyone? Yeah, Earth's Rudius. No, he pushed them all away. No. He grows up. Who's his first, like, you know, he had Sylphie as one of his first attachments, aside from his parents, right? He had Roxy. He had Eris. Now that he has all of these people around him, right? Now that he has all of these people around him, what happens when they forcibly leave his side? Yeah. And talking to the image board. It's all the random YouTube like haters on the comment being like, guys, go read a book. Like, go read a psychology book. Those aren't peer-reviewed papers. Like, oh my God, my bachelor's level in psychology from this made-up university told me so. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, there's a... He turned into one of those people. Instead of actually taking it in. But no, like, legitimately, when it comes to this, like, I'm highlighting this because Eris was one of his first major breaks, like relationship dissolutions, that ripped him apart. That legitimately ripped him apart. It like deep down from the core. For example, says I know, but I know, Noct, I know. How many of you have lost a parent? I'm going to use this as a way. How many of you have lost a parent? Oh, and chat goes fucking silent. How is that for you? Not yet, thankfully. Yeah. How was processing that grief for you? How many, if you've gone through a divorce, like your first divorce, like, you know, what or whatnot, how was that for you if you've gone through a divorce? Well, if you cut ties with your dad, that's you ending the relationship. But them just going out of your life all of a sudden. You know, them cutting ties with you, them passing away, you losing a father figure, a mother figure, a sibling even. How was that for you? You lost your Oh, well, I'm so sorry to hear that, Blue Row. Dude, yo, if you ever need to talk, we're there on the Discord for you. That's a lot, man. I can't even imagine, dude. Like, losing a grandparent is rough as well. It's like a kick in the balls. Yeah, yeah. And that's one aspect that I'm trying to highlight here. For Rudy, his attachments in the previous world, when, what was it, like his parents or someone died? Did he even show up to their funeral? No. He kept distance because he built up these walls. With Eris, though, when she left, what happened to him? When Eris left, his securest form of attachment that he thought was with them ruptured. And my man is left back to the same state that he was as a poor man that's stuck in his room with the inability to go out and whatnot, because deep down he's hurt that he's lost someone that he's so close to. One of the few genuine connections that he's had, that he's been able to form in his life, you know, in his memories. And he's relapsed. And he's relapsed fucking hard because Eris was a secure attachment for him. Eris was, or at least he thought, was an attachment that he thought he could have, and, you know, they would be there for one another. That is why I highlight that Mushoku Tensei is powerful. That is why I want to go ahead and throw this out there to any fucking content reactor, creator, whatnot, that shits on Mushoku Tensei. Are you watching the same series I am? Or are you letting your biases of the world and of the situation around you guide you to only looking at the negative aspects without seeing the entire picture? Because this is a major show, like talking about attachments, talking about growth, talking about the fact that we will relapse and we will go through. That is why I take the time to do this. Next one, attachment injuries. It's just surface thinking, not thinking into anything, right? Attachment injuries into couple relationships, a new perspective on impasses in couple therapy. Also, do you think that Mushoku Tensei teaches us something? Because I think no. I think it's logical to default and everything that happened, the natural consequences of the hero's action. I think that any lesson you take away from it, you teach yourself, and that's why the show don't click for some. They couldn't click with reality. Aldenar, I'd actually disagree with you. Any piece of art teaches you something. It might be stupid, and it might be like, you can take like the most like random harem, isekai, whatever, right? You probably learn something unknowingly, right? Whether it's like, I like Big Booba. I like this character archetype. It doesn't have to be direct to like, this is the message I'm trying to give you. But I think Mushoku Tensei in of itself is a big mirror that reflects back onto the viewer. And oftentimes a lot of people are uncomfortable with what they see. And oftentimes a lot of people are uncomfortable with them projecting themselves onto these main characters, which is why you have people like, I'm going to go ahead and state this. Hold on. Let me face cam this. Hey, Mushoku Tensei is supposed to be uncomfortable. Mushoku Tensei is supposed to make you think and feel weird and whatnot. And this goes out to everyone. Hey, this is not your typical isekai story where you get to be the white knight and literally white knight your way into becoming someone's partner, and they'll love you if you're always there and always saving them from all of their issues and being that white knight, because that's unrealistic. That never fucking happens in the real world. Mushoku Tensei does something that a lot of good therapy does. It puts you in an uncomfortable zone. A good therapist, a good psychologist, you will have some sessions that are just checking in, lull and boring and whatnot, but they'll put you in a state of anxiety. They'll put you in a state of thinking. They'll put you in a state where you yourself are questioning, ooh, I'm a little anxious right now, because that is therapeutic healing. That is a therapeutic healing zone. So when you start to think and you start to realize and you start even like seeing, like, for example, what is it about this show that triggers me? What is it about this character that I genuinely like? When you start processing aspects like this, you start to grow. And that is what Mushoku Tensei does in such a beautiful way that I feel oftentimes a lot of people just see it and they throw hate at it. You know, that is why I'm like, as we're going through the show, there's a lot of amazing things that we can like dig into. Yeah, it is healthy to stop and analyze why something makes you uncomfortable. Exactly. And it's also healthy to realize that, like, hey, if a show is just making you feel numb and you're not feeling anything from it, are you truly getting anything out of the show? Like, do you feel like you're learning, like you're growing, like you might have some new thoughts or opinions about certain things? If you encountered something that the show is doing that makes you uncomfortable in real life, do you think you'd be able to handle that better or not, because you haven't had that knowledge beforehand? That's why I like this show. I like this show because of the characters, the actual world, the way that like everything is so well put together. The fact that even reading volume 1, I like the show because it's readable. It's not fucking pretentious. It's not like I'm reading Shakespeare. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Shakespeare, but like, not like I have to sit there and be like, what is, like, let me take a time to reread this passage as though it's like, you know, extreme vocabulary and like superfluous vocabulary thrown in there just for the sake of trying to go in and like make it posh or something, you know? Yeah, makes you want to see Rudius's journey. How long is the delay between the VOD and the stream on YouTube? Probably like a couple of days, 1 or 2 days. Also purpose, it's good. It's a good way to relax. It is. I know someone who can only really immerse themselves and enjoy a show where they can self-insert or relate to the MC power for them, but I can imagine experiencing shows that way. Absolutely. That's why I bring it up, because I feel like people have gotten way too comfortable with the White Knight operations of things. And it's always good. It's good to look at a show that makes you think, that makes you process, that makes you evolve. Patchworks, welcome on in. The core message is about healing people on their journey and changing and not abandoning while they're in a bad state. It's about attachments. It's about love. It's about growing. It's about finding yourself and taking the steps to heal. Anyway, on to this one. Attachment injuries in couple relationships, a new perspective on impasses in couples therapy. Anyway, let's go down here. The broad theoretical underpinnings of this concept may be found in attachment theory, of course, adult romantic relationships. Though the delicate attachment injury events and ongoing development of a detailed model resolution, couples therapists will be able to identify, describe, and effectively treat such injuries. So this is more towards the clinical concept of things, right? Okay, the concept of attachment injury here is defined as emotionally focused, an empirically validated short-term approach. Yeah, the injuries and incidents defined in a relationship as insecure and maintains relationship distress because it is continually used as a standard for dependability by the offending partner. I want to go ahead and bring this up and highlight this just a little bit here. Guys, what does this article mean by this? When you've been hurt by a partner, when you've been abandoned by a partner, what happens? That pain is still there. You might have healed, but there might be nights where you wake up and that pain, you still feel it. If, say that, like, I woke up on, like, you know, Nick Mir is my partner, whatever. Like, we've been together for a while. We've been traveling, and all of a sudden, I woke up one night in the middle of the night, and Nick Mir was gone. Nick Mir, like, stopped, you know, being there. What would happen to me from then on? Let's say that I get with Kraith, or I get with, like, you know, whoever, with another person. What would happen to me as an individual? I want you guys to think about this. I still feel pain about decision in middle school. Can't imagine trauma from relationships. Yeah. No, Ed, please don't remind me about it. But, oh no. But what would happen? What would happen to you? And like, I'm throwing this out there to highlight it for you guys. I'm gonna be honest, and this is something that I see a lot. You wake up, your next partner, and if they're gone, see that, like, I woke up and Kraith is no longer in bed with me. He's gone out and done whatever. What happens? What happens to me? That trauma, anxiety. It's happening. It's happening again. Kraith left me. PTSD is PTSD-C because it's complex. It's post-traumatic stress disorder complex. Happens, and the anxiety starts fucking skyrocketing, and it's like you maybe even crying, maybe even emotions. It's fight or flight, so on and so forth. Oh fuck, I did it again. It's happened. It's my fault. It's happening over and over again, and that pattern recognition starts happening. This is why whenever, like, you encounter someone that has had trauma in their past, always be open to talking about, like, your experiences in past relationships and stuff, because sometimes it can mess you up, man. It can mess you up heavily. Also, hello to all you lurkers. Appreciate y'all being here. In case you guys are here, we're just about to get started, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going into our final one because we tend to do this. Hope you guys liked a little bit of theorizing, a little bit of like this and that, because it's the last one, guys. Grief and mourning gone awry. Pathway and course of complicated grief. Complicated grief is a recently recognized condition that occurs around 7% of the bereaved people. People with this condition are caught up in ruminations about the circumstances of the death, worry about its consequences, or excessive avoidance of reminder of the loss. Unable to comprehend the finality and the consequences of the loss, they resort to excessive avoidance or reminders of the loss they are tossed away in intense emotions. People with complicated grief need help, and clinicians need to help them recognize and how to provide help. This paper provides the framework, essentially, because the reason why I'm talking about this, right? That abstract is relatable as fuck. Yeah, when you lose someone, even in a relationship, like imagine this: you've lost your partner, or you've lost a family member, or you lost something. Complicated grief is, aside from taking the normal steps of trying to grow, it turns into anger. It turns into other emotions that take priority. And all of a sudden, that anger turns into, I need revenge. I need to go and do this. I need to find what happened. I'm angry at the world. I'm angry at God. I'm angry at everyone because I did not fucking deserve this. No one fucking did. All of a sudden, this anger starts growing out of proportion, and it turns into like it can be a very, very, very self-destructive path. It can turn into a very, very self-destructive path where you literally tear away all the relationships that are around you because you have not been able to process this grief. That's why I'm highlighting this. What if Rudy were to lose Sylphie? What would happen to him? What if Rudy were to lose Norn or Aisha? What would happen to him? What if Rudy were to lose... What if Rudy were to lose just aspects of himself? What would happen to him? Does he have the appropriate tools to process grief? Or are we about to see complicated forms of grief appear and reappear, not just for him, but say for others, Paul, as we started to see, others as we started to see? Because with Paul, what happens? My man's angry. My man's angry at himself because he's like, you know, as we read it in that like chapter that's on YouTube, he's over here saving people when he should have been trying to go and like find his wife and do more stuff, right? And like all that anger and stuff appears with Rudy when he shows up. There's all this complicated grief with Paul, right? There's probably going to be complicated grief with a lot of characters as this show continues. Ooh, man. What if what if Sylphie or Roxy or Eris dies, or any of these characters, like important characters, die in front of Rudy? How would he process that grief? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that helps a little bit in understanding maybe further the psychology of Mushoku Tensei and how things can be absolutely grounded with psychological elements in this show, and the importance of taking the time to analyze this show, ladies and gentlemen. Does this help? Ladies and gentlemen, does this genuinely help? Like in understanding maybe just a bit more about like the way a clinician or the way a psychologist or a therapist sees a show and the things that they keep in contact, like while we're processing a show, like relationships, grief patterns, all of these things that we've gone over. It makes the immersion feel so real. Oh, I'm glad. Hell yeah. It helps you. I'm glad. Hell yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started. Thank you so much, YouTube. I hope that this has helped you as well. I hope that this has helped you become a part of this. That's why we are here. Before we, like, I guess as we jump into this, I want to ask you guys a question. A lot of people have had some wild takes about Mushoku Tensei lately. Does Rudy have latent homophobia, or is Rudy homophobic in general? I'm just throwing that question out there because I've seen like this has gone on Twitter, this has gone in my DMs, this has gone like everywhere. Like, I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, I've been messaged for the past week about this. Like, here we go again. Dude was ready for the clap. Where does that come from? If Fitz was a boy, Rudy would have clapped them cheeks. Not at all. I'm going to be straight up in classifying this, right? Through a perspective, there's a difference in affirming sexual orientation and homophobia. There's a difference between discrimination and homophobia. There's a difference between racism and homophobia. There's a huge distinction in all of these topics. And I do want to go ahead and just touch on this just a little bit, right? Which is number one, Rudy finding, like, from everything that was shown in the anime, it seemed as though Rudy was just down into Sylphie as the individual. Him finding out that Sylphie was a girl was just like, oh, okay, like that works, whatever, right? Like being able to go on. I showed the episode to my partner, who's also in the mental health field. I didn't say anything. I just asked her the same question. I asked her the same question that was in my DMs. You want to know what her thought was? She's like, why are people arguing over this? Her whole philosophy was, why are people legitimately trying to like throw this label on Rudy instead of seeing what the show's trying to portray in this? Like she's taken the first couple of episodes of Mushoku Tensei and she's loving it. And she's like, well, this is actually like really filled with like psychology and aspects like it. And I'm like, dude, like, you like Mushoku Tensei? Holy fuck. But like still, like seeing it, like there's a difference, right? Homophobia is treating someone under you. It's literally forms of discrimination that are being placed on there. It is treating someone as less than, or, you know, the complete and utter like reaction of like having some sort of hatred or disgust towards someone. Rudy, at any point in time, I don't think I can point towards anywhere in the past episodes that showcase that. I can't. I can't find, like, you know, a saying where Rudy did a comment that was filled with hatred towards Fitz, or a comment that was in any way, shape, or form at all. I don't know if you guys can, but I can't. And that's why I want to go ahead and bring this up to people, which is like, you can be, there's differences in, number one, not liking character interactions, and number two, is Rudy using Sylphie or Fitz? No. When the man god sent Rudy to the academy, he said like, oh, you might find your cure there. He didn't say Fitz would cure you. You know, in fact, he was treating with Fitz with the utmost respect, and it's like that high school love that you're flirting with a little bit. You don't know what's going on, but you're there, and so on and so forth. But in no way, shape, or form is he overusing his power dynamics to force Fitz to do decisions against your will, to so on and so forth. You know, buzzwords are overused today. Absolutely. Their dynamic is amazing. I just want to highlight this because people seem to think that like Rudy is manipulating Fitz. There is no sign of manipulation present, right? In fact, you can even go the opposite way, where Ariel brought Rudy, or sent Rudy the letter of invitation. Hitogami, prime manipulator there. Ariel sending that like information. We know that Ariel wants Rudy. I don't know for what, but she wants Rudy. And all of these things where people try and highlight these aspects of hatred and disgust and whatnot. So I just wanted to go ahead and bring this up to your attention and say it. I personally, like, through a professional opinion, do not see any form of homophobia or latent homophobia, and I also don't see any form of manipulation in this high school arc from Rudy to Fitz at all. I see that like people might be like, number one, I guess warning call out there. Hey, if you're a reactor, if you're a content creator, whatnot, for me, I stay completely out of all of my, like, I have a bunch of like Discord channels and whatnot. I only go to general. I have my staff chats and I have my meme sections. ND general, because the spice is real. But I stay out of like all the discussion forums that you guys have. They're locked. I can't go into them unless a major incident happens, something where the admins or mods or whatnot can't get into, that I have to go ahead and go into, right? Aside from that, though, I want to go ahead and talk about this, because the people that you allow around you might influence the way that you perceive the show. Whether it's Mushoku Tensei, whether it's ReZero, whether it's Monogatari, whether it's all of these things, I've heard 1,001 people be like, don't look into it, don't do this, don't do that. I keep them away because I don't want them influencing my perspective. Careful who you surround yourself with if you're a content creator, because remember that, like, if the people that you're around is toxic to a show or whatnot, it might influence your perspective, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to be straight up about it. I just want to be open about it. Careful who you surround yourself with, because your thought patterns might turn into just an automatic bias where you're just shitting on the things and making statements that don't really make sense, you know? A community can make a series better or worse. Absolutely. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have ads coming up? I feel like ads are about to come up because we're an hour in and we've literally just done like the little theory time, the little analysis of the reviews, and some questions that have popped up. I was going to say, guys, in case you guys are wondering, how long did it take you to come up with this theory? Fucking 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Whenever Espi first mentioned the rat, I went into fucking overmode. I was like 2-3 weeks, somewhere around there. Still not. Yeah, but if you're a sub, you already get to hear this. It's a rat break. Yeah, it took me like 2 to 3 weeks of like legitimately just thinking about like, what does a rat mean? What is a rat? You know, and so on and so forth. And I arrived at like way too many fucking conclusions. I literally, hold on, let me grab it. Where's it at? Where's it at? Fuck. I left it in my bag at work. I have a 5-page or 5-subject notebook where it's like a future self to past self and past self, or present self to future self, like questions like, oh, Ed, you should do this as a reflectionary method. And for the past 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, it's literally just been like rat question marks, like highlights, and like, what is a rat? What it, like, you know, who can be a rat? Why is a rat? Where does a rat? And like, it literally just fucking filled up with like all these concepts as to like what it means for rat, you know. Cool rat Doritos, you know, so on and so forth. Pulls up the rat pegboard. Yeah, dude, it's just a thick notebook. I like to consider it like, for example, if you ever go to a good therapist, a good psychologist, they might do some narrative work with you. They might do some attachment work with you. But one of the big things that like I always tell people, or I always consider for people, is to do something like that, right? Is to do like a narrative exercise where, like, if you really have a question for yourself, do an exercise where, like, imagine if you could talk to your past self, right? What would you ask your past self, or what would you say to your past self? And if your past self, like your present self, what would you ask your future self, right? And I do this for a lot of the characters. Like, this is actually something that revolves around my head. So for example, if there was a future Rudy, or if like Rudy was like much older, what would he ask, or what would he tell his like present self? And what would like present Rudy ask his future self? And like, you could do this for any character, and it's a good way of sorting out where their objectives might go and why they might sort a certain way, and so on and so forth, you know. Or the lottery numbers, use money for you and your family. But no, like, it's a form of self-reflection. It's a form of personal growth. A lot of people just seem to take it as like a, why would I ask something to my past self since he has me minus all the experiences in between? Mickey, because when you're later on, when, like, you know, as you grow, you might wonder about where your thought process was at such a young age. And you might be able to, like, you know, even asking those questions, right, about your past self, like, why did you do this, or what led you to this? Do you feel happy during this time period, or whatever? it sounds cheesy, I know, because this is a word that's often overused, but it's a way of literally healing aspects of your past self if you're able to talk through it and you're able to think about it. Yeah, like what were you thinking? You know, or did you really have to get with this person? But ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are at the grand finale here of this core. Ladies and gentlemen, drop me a hell yeah. Drop some fucking Doritos, ladies and gentlemen. I am so fucking pumped. I'm excited. You guys are giving it 10s out of 10s and 9s out of 10s. And I'm fucking hyped, ladies and gentlemen. I am fucking hyped, ladies and gentlemen. Drop all them Doritos. Drop all them love and support, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we are 2 followers away from 4,000 people here on Twitch. Appreciate y'all. Y'all are fucking goats. You guys make me lose my mind every single time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's back it up. Too loud. Bro, that ain't my fault. It's at the same fucking level.
Tashikani Shilfie da. なんで気づかなかったんだろう。きっと俺の知ってるシルフィーとフィッツ先輩とではイメージが違いすぎたんだ。昔の彼女は俺にべったりで泣き虫だったけど、フィッツ先輩はしっかりしてて面倒見も良くて、でもどこか抜けてるところもあって、時々はにかんで笑うところがすごく可愛くて、気づくとその姿を目で追って、今の俺の気持ちを言わなきゃまたいなくなっちゃう。あんな後悔もうしたくない。
シルフィー、俺も好きです。
To be young again. Mi corazón. I can't. Tengo que correr. I can't. It's so cute. It's so cute. Woo, yeah, baby. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what I've been talking about. Oh. 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 Hey yo, wait a minute. Is this TOS friendly? Hold the fuck on. Is this TOS friendly? Hold on. My fucking fear skyrocket. Sorry, there was one show where they're like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, they're gonna cut, and they didn't cut. Talk about fucking trauma, bro. I'm already sweating. Holy shit. I was like, I don't want to fucking get banned off Twitch immediately. We're good. Oh, okay. Aww. Aww.
シルフィー、初めてだよね。
うん。ダメかな。
ダメじゃないです。
Oh, my man. My man.
ルディ。
気づけば俺のテントは倒れていた。
Okay. Excellent stopping point. ED wins again. Do you guys know? My disappointment is immeasurable. Okay. Do you guys know why? Ed wins. Fatality. I didn't even have to be in the show to win, guys. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Like, I don't even have to be in the show to win. Think about it. You guys are saying Ed wins. What can I say? She was comfortable. She wasn't comfortable as well. Feeling she will leave too. He was overthinking. Repeat of the Sarah disaster. So here's a big reason why. Number one, if you truly want, he's afraid that she'll leave, right? That's a big thing, right? That fear. And when we're talking about core schemas, that's an aspect of a core schema, right? Which is a genuine place of fear. What psychologically dampens him? That fear of abandonment. I will always be alone. I can never be loved. I will never fall in love. I will never be a man. I will never be enough. Like, these are core schemas, right? And for him, at this point in time, like, yes, Sylphie is there, but Sylphie's a little shaky. And if you have had relations and whatnot, how is it for you whenever your partner's unsure? Whenever, not unsure, but like they're shaky or they're nervous or whatnot. What does that do to you? Even if a friend comes into this room with you, like, imagine this, right? Your best friend comes into the room and they're nervous and they're crying and they're whatnot. What happens to you? What genuinely happens to you? There's a beautiful theory that encapsulates this. The polyvagal theory in psychology actually talks about this, which is we, through our vagus nerve, interact with other beings through their vagus nerves, right? So, i.e., the energy that they bring in, and I'm not talking about like spiritual energy or any of that shit. I mean, like, if someone's really, really nervous about something, inside of you, you might start to empathize with them and feel that nervousness. You might start to feel a little bit nervous, and all of a sudden you might go from being down here, if they're all the way up here in flight mode, in freeze mode, and they're nervous, guess what? For you start going right up this little line. You start going right up there with them and to try and bring them down. Maybe not all the way to the top, but just a little bit of a rise up and down, because of the way that we empathize with others. If your partner is feeling nervousness about doing anything, you might start feeling concepts of shame. You might start feeling concepts of panic, anxiety, and worry and concern. And these things start invading Rudius's mind. And guess what? Is his priority really to getting it done? Or does his subconscious shift this into, hey, guess what? Your PP is no longer hard because you're experiencing anxiety. You're experiencing fear. You're experiencing worry and concern and panic. Ooh. And guess what happens after that? If we look at it right, social engagement, you're safe, you're able to do certain things. Sympathetic hyperarousal, you start getting all of these fears, this panic, anxiety, fear, worry, and concern. Anxiety in of itself is not a bad thing. There are good forms of anxiety and bad forms of anxiety. If it keeps going and if it keeps escalating, it goes into hypoarousal, the dorsal stage, freezing, shame, shutdown, hopelessness, preparing for death. You're feeling trapped. You're disassociating, depression, helplessness, and it comes real back down. Rudy is going through these ups and downs consistently. What he needs is, number one, Fitz needs to be sure that this is something that they want. They're playing the cute game and whatnot. But at the same time, Rudy needs one of these. I love you for you. I'll always be here for you. Rudy needs to be assured. Rudy is an insecurely attached individual. Is that Harambe in your search bar? Rudy needs, I know it's Senor Pinguino. He's back at it again. Rudy needs someone to give him a hug and literally say, like, I will always be here for you. I'm not going away. I'm not going to leave you. I'm here for you for who you are. Because what is he? What is he? If we look at this, where is he? Harambe died for us, never forget. He just needs Senor Pinguino. No, he needs that good love and support. What is he? He can't be secure. So what is he? Is he anxious, avoidant, dismissive, avoidant, fearful? We all need Pinguino. We all need... I'm going to make a Pinguino store so y'all can have your own little Pinguinos. Anxious, avoidant, anxious, fearful. Yeah. I would say avoidant, fearful. I would say anxious and avoidant, fearful. He tends to act out when he's triggered. He's more dependent in relationships, and he's avoidant than avoidant. He strongly fears rejection. He is working through his self-esteem. He has high anxiety in his relationships. He's at times struggles communicating his needs, right? He's going through this, man. He's going through this hard. So seeing has impact with Sylphie. Seeing the way that Eris has left him, his impacts with Sarah, now with Sylphie and whatnot, you're seeing this come into play. Now, does this help someone with performance anxiety? He's all showed most of these in the first 30 seconds. Well, this is what's beautiful about psychology, man, is we're able to go ahead and see this, like, and quickly act on it. Like, noticing this and being able to identify this, like, can we understand maybe a little bit more why Rudy is probably going to have a hard time getting hard? A story that sells pingüinos and ratas. Oh no. Oh no. Pun intended. Yeah. Like, I'm looking at this and I can already feel people kind of making fun of him for this beginning sequence when it's actually like, I'm looking at it and it hurts. If you were in Rudy's situation, wouldn't that be devastating? You have an extremely beautiful girl or partner right in front of you, and you think that you're all up and ready to go, and it's gone. How do you explain this to them? How do you share this with them? Would it be embarrassing? Would you feel shame that you can't perform? That even though you love them and you like feel this lust or this emotion for them, you can't be there for them. You can't satisfy them. You can't satisfy yourself. I would want to fall through the floor. Be honest and upfront. Partner, friend, closest confidant in the world, and you fail. Ouch, way worse than... Sylphie's going to accept him for sure, and there's this risk that she didn't think it's her fault. My thing is, and this is why I will always say, be open and comfortable talking about sex with your partner. 110%. Be open and comfortable talking about sex and sexual elements with your partner, right? Because guess what? If this does happen, you need to know either how to please yourself or how to please your partner, right? Whether that's going down on them, doing whatever you need to do, toys, 101 things. Be open to the idea of talking about things, because guess what? As we read earlier and in previous episodes, ED is a very common thing among males. I would want to take a long walk on a short cliff. Oh, Johnny, what the fuck? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we're going into the opening here. Body thing. All right, let's go. Last OP. I want to do something. Just follow me. Also, what's up, Sage? How you doing? Hold on, just follow me. What the fuck is this audio? Does that not change? Does that not change? What's up, Sage? Does that not change the message that is being sent here? It ramps up the tension. Because I'm listening to this and I'm like, what would happen for this? Because there's a different medium that is being portrayed here. Tengo miedo, abrázame. Vente pa acá, Chris. Vente pa acá. Te doy un abrazo. That's a horror. Nothing at the moment because we're in the final episode of this thing. The audio changes everything. But what does that do for this particular scene? I want you guys to really dig in deep with that. Hold on. I got to pull it up again. Because I'll be honest, for me, it does quite a bit. And I know it might sound silly. It might. Okay, here we go. You guys ready? Set. Ed, have you figured? They release from the cage the creatures they never ought to have. Oh, it feels way flat now. I'll be honest. For me, it exemplifies, like, even putting on different music. Here, I'll use another example. It doesn't have to be horror music. It can be anything else in reality. Clearly the rat was in the birdcage, right? Clearly. Ayuda. Let me find another one. No, that's just fucking creepy. All right, here we go. Come on. We're just using a different song. Okay. The point that I'm getting at, though, and I hope you guys get the point that I'm trying to highlight with this. Oh no, Twitch will mute. Oh, what is this? It's royalty-free music, off me. Okay. What does that do, though? Because the thing is, we're so used to this opening song that we've now ingrained it into our, or even our subconscious, right? Where we think that this is all just peaceful, but putting a different song completely changes the tone and even the messaging that we're seeing here. But is it cleanup? Is this going to turn into a very battle show? Is this going to turn into a fucking war is my thing. Elfin leads opening. Oh, bro, that would for sure get us muted. Because look, right, taking this in, and we've done, like, exactly, like, if you watch the OP mute, a majority of you guys can still run the song that is associated with the opening in your heads, right? Like, how many of you do that? Because I'm pretty sure a majority of you can. However, if you put a different song to it, all of a sudden the tone shifts. All of a sudden you can find different messaging. All of a sudden there's differences in here that, like, completely shift the tonality in it. Which is why I did that. I did that for the purpose of identifying differences, of identifying different scenarios in here, which did bring up one key thing as we were going through it. Is this cage really a cage? What is a cage? And through this, I genuinely mean it. Like, what is a cage? What is the concept of a cage? Is it to stop you from going out, or is it for protecting things from the outside from coming in? Brother. Purple Perplex, oh, come on in. What is the definition of a cage? That's why A cage doesn't protect. Really? Depends if there's a cat outside, right? Did the birds flee the cage, or who opened up the cage door? Girls being with Rudy and it being empty means leaving him. Interesting. The shark cage. As we're going through this, here's another highlight, right? If this is an amalgamation of all three girls, what happens when Rudy tries to be with them? He never truly gets them. They're never truly there. We've analyzed it with the music, but taking it apart and even using the different song gives it a different meaning. And for me, I wonder, because even this whiteness is now reminding me of Hitogami now that we've done the horror music to it. Is Hitogami bait and switching him? Is Hitogami being like a carrot and a stick, being like, oh, here's your waifu, here's your waifu, here's your and guess what? She's no longer going to be a part of your life. Here's your waifu, and she's gone. Is Hitogami was best girl alive? Is Hitogami bait and switching Rudy? Is Hitogami playing a role in this? Once we started playing the horror soundtrack, this came to mind. Only Hitogami. It's all Hitogami's fault, ladies and gentlemen. From here on out, no matter what happens in Mushoku Tensei, we will always blame Hitogami. That's what comes to mind. It's like, look, it seems as though he's about to have it to this really, really pale white female, color of almost Hitogami, you know, and the moment that he thinks that he finally has solved something or gotten a grasp, it's gone. Is this a representation of all three girls, or is this a representation of Hitogami bait and switching him? That is where my mind goes into. Is this a representation of Hitogami maybe even torturing him? All white, clearly racist. Clearly. Oof. 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 But how do we feel about Hitogami if we put some jazz in that scene? Honestly, that might be interesting. Ed is cooking a Rudy x Hitogami fan fiction in real time. You know it, man. We have to. We have to cook. We have to cook it. I'm going to do this without the music first because I still have the horror music in my background. And then we're going through and we're hearing this opening one last time. One last time, ladies and gentlemen. One last time. All of us. All right, let's go. Last 2 hour opening analysis. I wish, man. Hold on. When he's looking at his hand like this, is this the time that there's no sound on this one? There's no sound on this one until we're done all the way through because I have the horror music still in my hand. Is this the time where he touched the girls' boobs? What were their names? The Agents of Change. No, not even Sarah. Wasn't it the Lineam Persona? Yeah, Persona. Right? Wasn't it Lineam Persona? I have a question for y'all. If he's barely walking through all of this, and this was shown in episode 2 or 3 or whenever it came out, how do we have future memories located as memories in this palace? I know some people might dismiss it. It's an OP. But is it? Like, for example, we have all of these are sold at. Hold on. If this is his hand, like, even before this, hold on. This came out like episode 2, episode 3 when we first heard the opening. And so my mind, for us, the viewers. But you got to remember, for us, this opening, episode 5 was the thing. Started playing episode 5. Did we see him and Soldat together? Like fighting the dragons. Him grabbing Linium Persina's boobas. Did we see these things happening back then in episode 5? Or Sarah, for that example. No, they mixed memories together in that clip, actually. Because for me, it's like, if there are future memories in here, it makes me wonder, is this her Rudius? When he had Shooks, not boob touching. Okay. I thought it was boob touching. I think you're overcooking. I don't know, man. Because there's certain things in here where I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I have it right here. This really did start in episode 5. What the fuck? Okay, episode 4. Yeah, it's just coldness. Episode 5. Hold on. We're getting this opening, okay? Him walking in. Interesting. Because Hitogami have some kind of future prediction ability? Wait, what? Who does? Because I'm going back. I have this horror element in my mind, and I'm like... You gotta remember, I'm still hearing the... Ed, we looked at this frame with Nigmir for 30 minutes. Oh, that's fine. You guys can look at it for 100 minutes. That's A-okay. You can always find new things to analyze. Because one of the things that comes into my mind is this, right? Why is this opening pensive? Why is this opening? No boom today, boom tomorrow. There's always a boom tomorrow. We can't even go further beyond. Like, look at this. They're all reaching out towards something. Right? Rudy, the way that this started off was Rudy reaching out. Zenoba reaching towards his marble glass. Julie reaching out towards the light, I guess. Her reaching out in that, needing to save an animation, reaching out towards whatever this hieroglyph looking thing is. Well, aside from everyone being a slave to someone, everyone has different goals. Everyone has a goal as to what makes them happy or what they're truly searching for. My question comes in this regard, right? Which is, considering all the journey and the stairs that Rudy is taking, going up in this echelon of time. What is Rudy? Everyone has their passion and goals. What is Rudy? The OP lyrics start remembering the past, thinking about the present, and hoping for the future. How old is Rudy? We can't do the MV analysis because Twitch is shutting that shit down. Is there only one Rudy? He's a gray rat. 15 and 56. Is there only one Rudy? All of a sudden, chat throws up fucking question marks. Whenever I talk about memory palaces, I always talk about the semblances of stuff that we fill in there are usually like key memories from our past. Absolutely, right? So my question comes in is this Rudy? Is this Eartheus? Or is there another Rudy? Because even trailing these memories, my question immediately goes into this, which is seeing Rudy as Rudy is, Girl DS's best one, as Rudy goes. We haven't seen it. Yeah, we have. We've seen Eartheus, Nickmare. First episode. We've seen Eartheus. And various times throughout, like, even his own mental image. Which is, you know, I guess if you're to encapsulate it, Rudy is his spirit. Are they different people or the same people? That's fine. We can overcook. Because the way that I'm getting at, the point that I'm getting to is like hearing this horror music and stuff. I really want to play it for you guys. But I'm like, Are things being led in a way where Rudy has to suffer? Is my question. Are things being led in an environment where Rudy has to suffer? In a way where Rudy might not necessarily... Hasn't he already suffered enough? Is my question. In case you guys are wondering, during this OP, play horror music or something and just watch it, and you guys will get a feeling for what I'm talking about. According to certain people, no, he deserves more suffering and punishment. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Some people will say, no, he hasn't. Yeah, because I'm listening to all of this, and I'm like... Guys, how long is he going to be a part of the show? I know it sounds weird, and like these are all rhetorical questions, but I'm like, because I'm looking at this, right, and I'm like, Elena Lise and everything that she has going on, and this horror music exemplifies shit. It exemplifies shit, and like her looking down, right, and then like him being already like dirty and whatnot, and like it's either Elena Lise or him. Like, I don't know, it's creepy vibes. Yeah, they all got their own stories going on. That's absolutely true. But overall, I feel like this is like, if we're being realistic, this is a really, really awesome opportunity, and I'll highlight it for everyone. Put a different song track while you watch the opening and see what you can get out of it. Because for me, it makes it look like, if you makes you look at things through a darker perspective. No, not at all. I'm just saying, how long will he be here? Anyway, all right, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the actual OP here? Let me shut down the other one. Sorry if you guys could hear that. If you couldn't, good, because I had switched channels. All right, we're backing it up. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Last time, boys. Last time we get to hear that. Oof. What an amazing fucking 12 weeks. What an amazing fucking 12 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. All right, let's go. Let's go. Oh, dude. Rudy, you want to say that one more time? Hold on. Rudy, I'm sorry. There's been a lot of fucking haters out there. Do you want to say that one more time for the haters out in the back that, hold on. Do you want to say that one more time, Rudy, please? For the people that are like, there's no psychology in fucking Mushoku Tensei. Just please, just say that one more time, please. Please, I just want to see you say it. That's all I gotta say to all the random people that like. But it doesn't count if he says it. Like the random people that are like, ED is not caused by psychology. It is, bro. Like it's a psychological and physiological illness that can come through, because biologically it can happen through various aspects. It can also happen because of psychological aspects. You know, I just love going ahead and highlighting this because there's a lot of people, and you guys don't even know the amount of shit that sometimes comes through the DMs where people like, it's not even peer reviewed shit. Like people just send random articles that someone wrote up with like a third grade fucking written level, floods emails or floods the mail, like DMs and shit. And you're like, where are the references? And they just thought they block you the moment that you ask for references and shit. Why? Because all of a sudden their narrative is no longer present. Their narrative is no longer there. And that's the thing, is there's a lot of like actual psychological depth to a lot of animes, to a lot of different shows. But I just want to highlight like this thing in particular. Backing it up one final time, I just wanted to go ahead and touch that because for me, that is a moment of serendipity. It sucks what Rudy is going through, but...
3年前からこんななんです。心の病らしくて。ルディ。シルフィーには恥をかかせてしまいました。申し訳ありません。
ルディ。
ルディやめてよ。恥なんかじゃないから元に戻ってよ。
僕も元に戻りたいのは山々ですが。
そうじゃなくて敬語はやめてよ。
あ、ごめん。ちょっと気が動転して。
これからは敬語禁止だよ。
はい。
また敬語。
はいぐらいはいいだろう。ありがとう。この。
Get yourself a selfie, boys. Get yourself a selfie. Get yourself someone that can heal, bro. Get your guys. Get someone that can help you heal. Like fuck, dude. Just selfies, little like it's okay. We can. Also, go out and date. Go like, just don't matter, bro. You gotta learn. If you're like, hey, you know what? I'm afraid of dating. Just try it, bro. We all fail, but we grow through it. But find yourself a selfie, man. Like, fuck, dude. This reaction though, and this is something that I want to go ahead and highlight, is this reaction. Him instantly going into a full like bow. Him fully going into this form of like, you know, coming through. How does he feel about himself? And even for Sylphie to take this in, this is a lot. I'm looking at this and I'm even looking at the dynamics that are present. Question for you guys. It's gonna sound weird. This is really fucking weird. Why did Luke never try to go for Sylphie? Now that I'm thinking about it, you know, that Paul blood, that Nado's blood is he likes Booba because she flat. I was about to be like, Ah, man. Flat justice everywhere, man. Flat justice everywhere. Flat boobs deserve love.
恥なんかじゃないから元に戻ってよ。
僕も元に戻りたいのは山々ですが。
そうじゃなくて敬語はやめてよ。
あ、ごめん。ちょっと気が動転して。
これからは敬語禁止だよ。
はい。
また敬語。
はいぐらいはいいだろう。
Her tactics for this, even unknowingly, are so well done that she disarms him. What happened with Sarah? When the similar thing happened, what happened with Sarah?
敬語禁止だよ。
はい。
また敬語。
Sylphie literally turns this into a joking environment and lessens it. It's okay, it's whatever. Let's just go back to talking like normal, whatever. Sarah instead got mad, took it personally, and left, and like it exploded. Sylphie disarms it. Two very different approaches, and one is a better approach to allow Rudy to heal. She got defensive, she lashed out to protect her bride. She's not even interested in you. To be fair, Sarah, Rudy didn't explain it. Exactly. To be fair, Sarah didn't explain it. But at the same time, at least for Sylphie, the way that she's disarming this and the way that she's literally turning this into like, let's go back to normal, let's go back to normal, that allows him to take that step. That allows him to be able to go ahead and start healing. But why do I feel like people might... I feel like people might go after Sylphie. And I have a weird fucking feeling in my gut that people might literally either go after Sylphie or go after Rudy for this and say that, like, Rudy has groomed Sylphie to be like this. Or, you know, Rudy had, like, I just feel a weird scenario where individuals might find some hate justification for why Sylphie's so open to bringing this conversation back to normality. Like, instead of just acknowledging the fact that, like, when you build a relationship for a long time, Ed knows Twitter well. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, instead of acknowledging the fact that attachment-wise, once you've known someone for a long time, you want things to be back to normal. You want things to just carry on the way that they've been carrying on. You can bring a conversation back to just being silly or back to just being something, you know? And that's why it's there, right?
いいだろう。ありがとう。このペンダント。
届いててよかった。もうなくなっちゃったかと思ってたよ。
リーリャが持っててくれたんだ。
そっか。
そういえばシルフィーはどうして男装を？
何から話そうかな。あの日ルディが連れ去られるところを見ちゃったの。それで驚いてパウロさんに襲いかかっちゃって。
シルフィーが？
だって本当に突然ですっごく悲しかったから。でもあの日誓ったんだ。ルディを助けられるくらい強くなろうって。それから僕勉強も頑張ったし魔術の練習も。リリアさんからは礼儀作法も習って。
I really want to put you on right now. I really, really do. But this is not the time. I have a question for y'all. And this might lead me to more cooking. I know, le baguette. This might lead me to more cooking.
あの日ルディが連れ去られるところを見ちゃったの。それで驚いてパウロさんに襲いかかっちゃって。
シルフィーが？
だって本当に突然ですっごく悲しかったから。でもあの日誓ったんだ。ルディを助けられるくらい強くなろう。
Question for you, Sylphie. Since you're working with Ariel, I'm going to shoot out a worst case scenario. I don't think it'll ever happen, but just a worst case scenario. If Ariel said, hey, kill Rudy, would you do it? I feel like attacking Paul is usually justified. Would you do it or no? Would you follow not likely, doubtful? Because I'm like, where would your loyalty lie in that? Would your loyalty lie with your job, with the persons that you've been traveling with, or would they lie with Rudy? Where would they go? Never say never, but no. She would break down, in my opinion. I think it's a lot of stress. I think that's a hard question to even like ponder. The reason why I asked this is because of her immediate form to attack Paul, which of course she did because she saw Rudy being taken away. But what if someone were to give that order to her? What if someone were to tell, hey, you know what? You need to attack Rudy. Rudy's out of control. Rudy's a threat. Rudy is a national emergency. Rudy is about to go ahead and do this, do that. Like, this is an order. This is a direct order, Sophie. Can you do it? I wonder. Like, my brain is fucking...
それから僕、勉強も頑張ったし、魔術の練習も。リリアさんからは礼儀作法も習って、全部ルディに追いつきたくて、褒めてもらいたくて、頑張ったんだよ。
I feel like this in of itself might bring in a lot of controversy. I think this in of itself might bring up a lot of controversy. All because I wanted to catch up to you and earn your praise. As though a lot of people might take this and might flip it around. It might be like, oh yeah, you see, this is point in case, when in reality it's not. Like, oftentimes you always want to be equal and or like find your partner looking at you in a better light, right? Like, life is controversy. Like, you always, like, you know, hearing your significant other praise you or give you a head pat or give you a lap pillow or, you know, so on and so forth, it can literally heal you. Nick, man, no, that's exactly why I'm highlighting it, because it, like, I feel as though people that like genuinely like would look at this, like they'll look at it at this particular sentence and try and break it down like that. But that's why I'm saying, like, everyone does it. We all want praise and attention and love from our partners or people that we really, really care about. But she just wants to be equal. And that's pretty much shown throughout all of this. She wants to be on a similar ground with him, hold his hand and walk throughout life with him. That is what it looks like. It looks like someone that's been yearning so long for this person, for this partner, for this love interest, for this individual, to be there with them, to take this journey with them that beforehand they couldn't even match up to. But now that they're there, now that they're together, they can do this. They can go together. They can make their life happen, so long as though they both respect and love one another. That is what this is highlighting. But just use simple quotes to judge what could go wrong. Chaos sounds like Twitter.
ルディに追いつきたくて、褒めてもらいたくて、頑張ったんだよ。例の転院事件、あれでオートに飛ばされて、アリエル様とルークに出会ったんだ。それからいろいろあって魔法大学に。新入生候補の名簿にルディの名前を見つけたとき、本当に嬉しかった。それからいろいろあって魔法大学に。新入生
Not sure if this is a white lie or if this is a or if this is literally because, I don't know, maybe a little bit of influence from you know, talking to Ariel a little bit. She's one of the one that raises name. That's why I'm like, yeah.
候補の名簿にルディの名前を見つけたとき、本当に嬉しかった。生きててくれてありがとう。
シルフィーも無事でよかった。
でもショックだったんだからね。初めましてって言われて。
ごめん。でもシルフィーだってもっと早めに言ってくれればよかったのに。
そうだよね。なんか勇気出せなくてごめんね。
俺の方こそ1年も気づけなくて申し訳なかった。
A year. A fucking year. Un pinche año. Hold on. Un año. Y'all be, okay, if y'all are going this hard on Rudy, why the fuck don't you guys go this hard on fucking Kaguya-sama, guys? It took them 3 fucking years to confess. 3 fucking years! It takes them 1 year to really explore their feelings and, like, you know, act on these emotions and truly love one another. Un pinche año, dude. Of them, like, learning about their feelings that they have towards one another. Not even realizing that it's selfie. Seeing that it's fits. 1 whole fucking year. 364 or 65 days, depending on where you're from. And other people take 3 whole fucking years just to say, I love you. And then I'm moving across country. Like, and some people say it was too quick. Some people say, oh, it's because it was like, you know, manipulative. A whole year? A whole year. Un año. A whole year. Bro. It don't matter. Propinquity, man. Propinquity. The more amount of time that you spend with someone, the more that these feelings intensify. The fact that they've been together for a year, 364, 365 days, the more that their feelings keep growing stronger towards one another by spending time with one another, by going to the library, by the events that Rudy and captured in which they were a part of, you know. Oof. That's why I highlight this, because I'm like, it's a whole year. And you can clearly see Rudy's full development, full feelings in play here. My thing is, there are people that fall in love in a week, in a day, and they're married in a week. There are people that literally marry each other in the next day. Is that healthy? That's not my place to answer. I'm just saying, I would rather take this year approach of people getting to know one another for who they truly are, or a couple of months or whatnot, than those who, like, you know, extremely are just like, hey, I like you, let's get married. You know, Vegas wedding, and so on and so forth. Like, you know? Don't even get me started on Love is Blind. I have a lot of issues with that show. Ooh. Ooh. First time I felt like it was 3 months. I'm married in 2 weeks. Oh, well, look at you. That's what I'm saying, Rose. It's different for every person. It absolutely is. But do you truly get to know that person in just knowing them for 2 weeks? Do you truly get to see the ins and outs of that individual? Or maybe ascertain if they're a right fit for you, right? Exactly. Dating shows cause me physical pain. Love is Blind causes. If I did a Love is Blind episode, you guys would see me fucking cringe and yell at the TV, because there is a lot that we can. Yeah, we can argue about that, like how they run certain things that are unethical at times. I find it interesting, the arrangement between couples by country. Same with Scum's Wish. Bro, you guys keep pushing Scum's Wish, and I'm just going to let y'all know. It's probably not going to happen. It's more than we're more than likely going to get Domestic Girlfriend first before Scum's Wish. Didn't you... You're not a father reaction? Oh, yeah, that was...
なんか勇気出せなくてごめんね。
俺の方こそ1年も気づけなくて申し訳なかった。
It's predating time. dude really thought, you know what? Let me take a good look. Hey, yo, baby, let me look at your ear. Ugh.
もうルディったら。
あ、失礼。
反応はするが、どうもコントロールできない。しかし、やはり安心するな。順調に回復してると言えよう。彼女のおかげだ。
どうしたの？
So Rudy has an ear thing. Okay. Rudy has an ear kink. To be fair, brother, so would I. To be fair, brother, so would I. It's an elf ear, brother. So would I. Elf ears, I think. Elf ear. That's what I'm saying. Elf ears, though. Elf ears, though. I am back. All right, you guys ready? Steady. Yo, very random thing. Apparently, Ad has more viewers than PewDiePie right now. Well, there you go. But guys, Brofist. I'm kidding. Yeah, on Twitch, I know. Sometimes we do have more fucking viewers than PewDiePie from days. Yeah, epic. Anyways, all right, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready? Steady. All right, we're going to back it up just a little bit. We got to go back to the ear nibbling scene. We have quite a bit. That branch, though, dude.
勇気出せなくてごめんね。
俺の方こそ1年も気づけなくて申し訳なかった。
Now, was that a lick or was that a suck? Or was that a scraping lick? Hold on. And developing a new fetish. Bro, who's not saying that I don't already have that shit? It's a devious lick. That was a nom. That was a slurp. There were teeth involved. Hey, this is an important question, chat. It will determine the future of Rudius, man. You see, with knowing whether or not he went ahead and nibbled and, you know, like bit a little bit into her ear, we're able to go ahead and identify if Rudy is going to go ahead and have attachment issues in the future. I'm fucking kidding. No, there's no such fucking thing. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a sulfie pop? That is a good question. I love psychology. Yeah, because that's exactly it.
もうルディったら。
あ、失礼。
反応はするが、どうもコントロールできない。しかし、やはり安心するな。順調に回復してると言えよう。彼女のおかげだ。
I still, I'll ask this question as a reprimand, right? As a way of inverting this, which is, how many of you, especially if you're a guy or a girl, don't matter, if you're a guy, how many of you have accidentally been turned on right before a presentation? Like, whatever reason, you just had a hard on, and now you have to go and present. How many are like how many? What was your feelings of anxiety, of stress, of whatnot? Sorry, this just came to mind. I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah. Randomly, why does it happen? Random boner. Nick, exactly. I don't get hard, so every goddamn day. You see, no, not for something like that. Happen. How'd you guys deal with that shit? Are you hard? No. I'm fine right now, brother. I'm totally fucking fine, bro. You know, it's not just this giant fucking. No, I'm kidding. That would be fucking scary if someone had it that big. Go on stage, right? Use your wasted band and fucking tie it down. Well, like, that's sort of what I'm saying. It's like, in the reverse case, like, Rudy could have been dealing with hypersexualization or hyperfixation or hyper instances like that, where imagine if he had to go up and he was always in a situation like that where it was dong nipple. Oh, yeah. Super dong nipple. Was super, like, I don't know, just hypersexual. But through this, do you guys see Do you guys see any form of manipulation so far from Rudy to Sophie? I feel like oftentimes people jump to make correlations in their brain for justification purposes. Because it's like, if my grandma had 2 wheels, she'd be a fucking bike. Through some of the justifications that they people fucking make, you know? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Wait, what the fuck did I just say? What did I just say? Yes, exactly. Transformer grandma. She'd be a fucking transformer, man. She'd be a fucking motorcycle that you could ride off into the sunset. Like, a lot of people don't make fucking, like, yeah. I fucking saw a meme that said that. I think my brain was just like, bloop, a rollout grandma. Oh, God. But it's like a lot of people make these automatic assumptions of characters, right? And they put in things that aren't even in the scene or that aren't even presented. Yeah. Exactly, TGP. Do not ride your grandma. Absolutely. Rudius is the worst character ever been. He's a groomer. Well, that's my point, is a lot of people just take random shit, combine it together, and throw it out there as though it's fact without actual facts behind it. And that's why I'm highlighting this. This is why I'm showcasing all of this. Like, I don't see it. I really don't. And this is something that, like, we have to call out for. And I guess this is something worth highlighting. And hello, everyone. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wheel of Power. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up first, can you identify any of these things that Rudy has done to Sylphie? Let's find out. Let's use a more up to date. Has Rudy gone ahead and threatened Sylphie? No, Rudy has never threatened Sylphie. Wow, 100 points, Yahazek. Has Rudy ever minimized, denied, or blamed Sylphie? No. All right, 100 points, Stark. There we go. Has Rudy ever intimidated Sylphie? No. Okay. We can't really say using technology in this one. Has Rudy ever used his social standing against Sylphie? No. Has Rudy ever used harmful language against her? No. Has Rudy ever used physical violence against her? No. Has Rudy ever excluded her or kept her from going out and doing stuff because it's only him controlling what she does? No. Has Rudy ever sexually coerced her? Has he ever manipulated her to have sex, right? Or other activities, gotten them drunk, destroyed or refused to use birth control, making, inappropriate looks or sexual jokes, sexually touching, grabbing, so on and so forth? Currently, in this season. Did he or no? He licked her Alfir. Bro, there are a couple. Bro, the people do shit like that. Not currently, though. As a kid. This season? No. As a kid, we could talk about the power and control as a kid. But this season? Has he ever used threats? No. When we pull this up, we usually use around a year or 2 year time period. We also look into the past and see if there's a bit either growth, i.e. if he did do this, if he's no longer doing it, that means that it was probably just hypersexualization of a kid and not necessarily a power and control wheel. The fact that he doesn't have a majority of these active, maybe even you can make an argument for one of them, showcases that my man doesn't really have power and control in her life. My man doesn't really use any form of power and control outside of maybe this one, which can be like the sexual coercion or harassment or whatever that can be argued from the past. The others don't have a leg to stand on. And that's why I want to highlight this. This is why I want to talk about it, because these are instances where we can use this as a form of discussion. These are instances where we can use this as a form of comprehension of everyone and everything present here, right? Anyway, I hope that this helps. I threaten you with my eternal love. Ooh, please. Ooh, oh wow.
どうしたの? じゃあ僕は用事があるからここで。
はい。
Oh, It's allergy season.
これからもよろしく。
はい。こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
Thank you.
ルディの病気に効く薬あればいいのに。
Why do I have a feeling that, like, you won't even need the fucking medicine? Hola, señores y señores, bienvenido. Dr. Edgar. Love class, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Dr. Ed's Love class. Well, he will teach you the psychological imbalances to fix ED. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with mucho amor. First step, you know. Ay, Dios mío. If you're Latino, you get that fucking reference, brother. So, ahora que estamos aquí, tell me your zodiac sign. No, wait, hold on. We gotta do psychological horoscope. Tell me your MBTI. Oh, I feel like, oh, good. I'm glad. Se puso raro el stream. Because my big thing through this is when it comes to this, right? One of the biggest things that you can do for your partner is envelop them. Show them that love and appreciation. Tell them, Señor Pingüino, even past this life, I'd always be there for you. Even if my eyes were taken from me, I would find my way back to you. You know, show them that you are there for them. Show them that they mean the world to you. Show them that even them as an individual, it's not just their sexual action. It is them as a person that attracts you. Show them that you are there and represent for what you want to be there for them. Show them that love and security. If you show them that love and security, what do you mean? You don't know what your blood type means? Of course not. Like, if you show them that love and my MBTI is King W, that love and security, and with that propinquity, man, magic can fucking happen. Allowing the opportunity for space to heal and medicine, like actual medicine for ED and for anxiety and for whatever else may be going on. Fucking fireworks can happen. And that's been Dr. Ed's tips con mucho amor. You guys get those rarely. You guys get those fucking rarely. There you guys go. Straight to the Wattpad. Size of consent. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Holy fuck. Bye-bye. See you later. Oh, fuck. Thanks, Dr. Ed. Oh, clip and ship it. No. Thank you for the session, sir. You're welcome. Dr. Ed. Brought to you by Dr. Ed, guys. There you go. So, yeah, communication is huge. Yeah. And medicine. Absolutely. Hasta la próxima, Guru Ed. Oh, oof. But the reason why I joke around that they might not even need it is it's a joke. Like, medicine is something that I, like, you know, if a doctor prescribes it to you, fucking take it. No matter what, dude. It's a doctor. It's a professional. You know, the Dr. Love is saying with medicine and love, magic is possible.
やはりダメでしたか。よくよく考えてみると、投資の危険があるからといって相手の衣類を無理やり脱がすなんて。
I'm surprised that they weren't fucking listening. Like, that they weren't near the fucking cave with, like, you know, like stethoscopes fucking trying to listen in and hear what's going on.
誰がしましょうか。
シルフィー、とりあえず落ち着いて報告をしろ。
あ、うん。なんですってだからその不能の治療に来たんだってここにそれにしてもいざという時に役に立たないとはルーデウスという男を少々買いかぶっていたようですね
それは言い過ぎです。男にはどう
Guys, L fucking take, dude. Guys, give that Ariel a huge L for that one. That was the worth of a man is not in his dong, brother. It's in his heart. Ed, 2023. Please don't fucking click that. Oh no, dude. Trauma is stored in the balls 2023. And episode title. Oh no. Oh no.
どうしようもない時があるのです。ルーデウスとて好きでシルフィーを抱かなかったわけではないはず。俺はむしろ奴が今までおとなしくしていた理由に納得がいきました。
ルーク？
Oh my man.
あの自信のなさそうな顔や態度も今ならわかります。かわいそうに夜べもなく藁をもつかむような気持ちでここに来たのでしょう。
Nobody understands a gray rat better than a gray rat. No one understands a gray rat better than a gray rat. What would happen? Oh man. I mean that's yeah. Well, what a good take for Luke. But also it shows your differences, right? And him understanding what it's like or empathizing in that regard versus her just being like, wow, really, man? Wow. Okay. Oof.
失礼しました。少々過ぎた発言でした。
いえ、アリエル様は分からなくても仕方ありません。シルフィー、お前はルーデウスの病気を治してやりたいと思うか？
ルディすごくショックを受けてたんだ。だからできることはしてあげたいと思う。
お前にとって辛いことになるかもしれなくてもか？
うん。
I think that's what she wants, Luke. I think she wants it to prove hard for her.
お前にとって
on her. Like it might be a little like it might be a little difficult. Don't bonk me, my friends. Don't bonk me. She can take it. Oh god, guys. No, don't bonk me. What are you guys doing? That's not what he meant, guys. I know. Thank you. But like, she wants the baseball team. It's true though. Like it is a very taxing journey to be in a relationship with someone that is having difficulties. So you have to be open to the idea of sharing that hardship with them, right? It's not just as simple as, hey, me and you together, because there's going to be frustrations, especially if you are really, really like sexually active or into sex in general. Your partner can't perform. How do you deal with that?
辛いことになるかもしれなくてもか？
うん。覚悟はあるよ。
Thanks so much for the idea.
わかった。少し待っていてくれ。渡すものがある。
I do have a horny question, but I'll save that for later.
改めて申し訳ありません。失言でしたね。いえ、いいんです。ひとまず。
I'll save it for the general. Like I don't know whether or not to ask it. It has to do with grooming habits in Mushoku Tensei, I guess. If that gives you an inkling to what I'm asking, please say it. Okay, what do you think the grooming habits are for this world? There you go. I've asked it out loud. It's out there. That's where my mind is all of a sudden. I'm like, wait a minute. Up empty. You think so in the medieval ages, Megiddo? You think so? In the medieval ages, man? That's why I'm like you. Bathe once a year.
改めて申し訳ありません。失言でしたね。いえ、いいんです。ひとまずルークに何か作戦があるようですが、私にも不能の直し方にいくつか心得があります。本当ですか？
I know one. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Would you like to have my kittens, yeah? Did that work? Did that work? Did that work? Oh, no, por favor. Oh my God. Immediate. Hold that thought. Oh God. Oh God.
ザノバは何してるにゃ。
初心に帰って無影症魔術の練習ですぞ。
うるさいの。出すんならお肉を出してほしいの。マスター、頑張れ。大抵はお酒を飲ませます。
Just showing on the life that's happening in the background, and my man's like,
本当ですか？
ザノバは何してるにゃ。
Sonoba's going Super Saiyan, ladies and gentlemen. But also, it shows the hard work. It shows the fucking hard work and like their ability to contrive with one another. And like, you know, the fact that like, even though like, you know, they're all getting along and laughing and, you know, but he's over here like, you haven't even seen my final form. Fucking turning Super Saiyan. Sonoba, brother. Our boy entering into Gear 12. And this is to go further beyond. So good. So good.
うるさいの。出すんならお肉を出してほしいの。マスター、頑張れ。大抵はお酒を飲ませます。
お待たせしました。
なるほど。
で、暑いと言って肩のあたりをちらりとはだけるのです。
それでいけるんですか？
大丈夫でしょう。シルフィーは可愛いですから。きっかけさえあれば。あとは何か決め台詞が欲しいところですね。
冬に暑いと言って肌を見せるバカがどこにいるんですかね。
Oh, it's getting a little hot. Oh. Oh, sorry, chat. It's on TOS if I still cover up, brother. Oh, I am now completely flaccid. Banhammer showing too much a shoulder in here. Ed bathtub stream when? I know. Well, if I do a bathtub stream, my dog might want to get in the pool because he loves going into fucking pools. Ed casually curing people's ED. Por Dios. No mamen. But like, yeah, doggo. Soon, I'll get. I've been trying to get the doggo his kiddie pool stream one of these days. His doggo pool, I guess.
そもそもシルフィーの体で色仕掛けは無理です。
Oh.
何ですか、ルーク、その言い方は。
Hold on.
どこにいるんですかね。そもそもシルフィー。
That's a Luke L. That's a fucking Luke L, dude. Sylphie is beautiful. Sylphie and Roxy are just like phenomenal individuals in this show. Even Eris is a phenomenal individual. How just because you like the big booba doesn't mean that someone with less booba is not feminine. Like, it's a, you know, guys, we need a chant here. We love all boobas in this channel. We respect all boobas and PPs and everyone in between. Like, you know, flat is justice. There you go. Flat is justice. There we go. Sagasu starting it off. All booba is good booba. Yeah.
フィーの体で色仕掛けは無理です。
何ですか、ルーク、その言い方は。
アリエル様、グレーラットの血族は代々女性の大きな胸に惹かれる傾向があります。現に俺はシルフィーにかほどの魅力も感じ。
I guess that solves my question from earlier. Also, why is my dude in such fucking 4K? He's so well, like, he's so well, he's so well defined and shit. Like,
だが、
これは何？
強力な催因作用と競争作用を持つ。
Boom, Viagra. Lucas, like, you're having issues? Boom, Viagra. Oh no. Smart man. Sometimes we just need meds.
美薬だ。
美薬？
昔フィットア寮で作られていたものだ。転移事件に伴い製造方法も工場も消滅したため価格が高騰し、今では末端価格金貨100枚を上回る。いざという時に売って資金の足しにでもしようと思っていたが、シルフィー、お前にやろう。
こんな高価なものいいの？
He's like, you just need to get laid. Luke isn't even worried about the money. He's like, this is a bigger emergency than like me not having money. You just need to get laid, Sophie, at this point. Bro is shipping them now. It used to cost 2 gold coin. Woo! 100 gold for a boner. Okay, but real question. How much would you guys pay to fix your man downstairs? Like, how much would you guys be willing to pay to fix your man downstairs? University fee is 3 gold? 350. Everything, Ed. Everything. Nanosag, really? Holy shit. 199. I'd sell a kidney. 10K. 10 pesitos. Ay, ni pa los tostitos. Thanks so much for the sub, Chera. I appreciate it. Think of it as an investment. They can also spend the 100 gold to help Rudy. Well, I'm like, it is an investment if you think about it, because this 100 gold is probably going to align Rudy closer to them in that regard. This is why I love the character dynamics and the way that it's influencing the show, right? Because it's not just like, oh, here's, you know, this is happening for no reason. It's like everything has a smaller intent, whether it's for like the purposes of like, hey, you want your friend to actually have a partner, or you want Rudy to start aligning himself a little bit more friendlier to your cause.
もちろんだ。ただしこれを使えば男の方は見境がなくなる。ついていけないと思ったら自分も飲むぐらいのつもりでいけ。お前が思い描いていたような甘い初体験は迎えられなくなるだろうかな。
ルーク。
Okay, considering that like Sylvia's probably like Yamete kudasai, like you know, like we've seen her do her like, you know, her fucking like putting her feet up and like power moves and like, you know, what she wants done or expects for shit to happen. We know we see, hey yo, mi mamá está al lado. We've seen how leg lock, the leg lock, the infamous leg lock. We've seen her intent behind this. We've seen that, like, for her, it's like, this is the person that I want. That I want like kids. I want like as many as Rudy can put in me. Like, you know, I've seen you've been studying your judo good, sir. Ed, I sent you a video in DMs. Holy fuck! Hold on. We'll look at this right after. I just saw what it was. Oof. I'm so much freakier than her. I just don't get the comments. But that's why get you a partner just as freaky as you. But this is why like I'm highlighting this, because I'm like seeing this. It's like, and I guess this is an appropriate question to ask. How if you've had your first time, was it how you imagined? Was it like this romanticization aspect where you're so in love, and everything, or was it bad? Was it rough? Was it nerve-wracking? Was it, you know, I'll be honest, it was fucking nerve-wracking. Like, my anxiety was pretty fucking high. Your hand felt good. Well, there you go. Untold story. Yeah, I think it was pretty good for the first time for both of us. Like, did you know what you were doing or how you're navigating stuff? Did you both, you know, have pleasure out of it? Because a lot of people don't actually. Kind of like Imagine, not noteworthy, better or worse was lucky, I think. Right. Nerve-wracking and lots of it. Yeah. But this is why I highlight it, because people often romanticize the idea of their first time, and they give it so much meaning and implication that, like, this is it, like this is the golden threshold, the golden line or whatever. But in reality, it's like, you know, the first time is probably one of the roughest times out there. Yeah. So I guess I'll ask you this, right? Would you rather think I felt more stress than pleasure. And I mean, even as an adult, if you have a partner that like it's their first time, that's a lot of weight of responsibility that is placed on you. And at the same time, might not even feel good for you or for them in that case, because you're gonna have to like reintroduce different concepts of things and whatnot. Teenagers have to do this all the time, and there are adults that go into their 20s, 30s, 40s that are still virgins, and they still have this idealized version as to what their first time might be. A decent amount of people wait for marriage before doing it. It depends on the country, because here in the US, good luck. Good luck finding someone like that. I heard best to do it if your first time with someone you can laugh about it after. Yeah. Anyway.
ありがとう。
いいってことだ。お前には何度も命を助けてもらっているからな。
二人は仲がいいですね。では、私からも。
これ、アリエル様のお金だよね。
そうです。私の今月分です。ここまで来れば、私にはこれくらいしか授けられるものがありません。
ありがとう、アリエル様。
さすがはアリエル様です。
シルフィー、ご武運を。
はい。行ってきます。
Fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold. Oh, man. Oh, man. The lengths that they're going to try and 2 gold for a month for a princess. So yeah, 100 gold is crazy. Yeah, that's wild. That is wild. Like, the lengths that they're going to try and make sure that Sylphie can get it, huge, man. I get it. They're trying to get him on their side, but at the same time, like, oof.
下着はアリエル様が選んでくれた新品。内ポケットにはルークからもらった媚薬。よし。天国のお父さん、お母さん、シルフィエットは今日こそ大人になります。
はい。フィッツ先輩、どうぞ入ってください。
うん。
Imagine being Rudy as his roommate, or being his neighbor, and you hear Fitz go into Rudy as his room. And your mentality, oh God. In your mentality, like, not the first time. Yeah, exactly. There's no way these rooms are soundproofed. But also, Mom and Dad from heaven, please guide me as I get blasted by Rudy tonight. Why? I get the whole, it's a traditional aspect of trying to go ahead and gachagasm, dude. Trying to go ahead and take that next step into adulthood, but like parents, I don't know, man. That's a lot of pressure to put on this man. Mom, get the camera.
どうした？今日は疲れたから自室で休むんじゃなかったか？
泊まりに来ました。
お
お、まあこっち来て座れよ。それは？
ほら、一応再会のお祝いをしておこうかと思って。
ああ、そうか。そういうこともしないとな。はい。大丈夫。コップくらいありますよ。
それじゃあ、フィット。
The sex is coming. The sex is coming, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, the juice. We're in the juice now, boys. We're in the juice now, boys. When was the last time that we saw this, boys? The wine. The sex is coming, boys. Oh, God.
ブエナ村の二人の再会に。
そして、俺とシルフィーの未来に。
乾杯。未来って。 ルディはたまにすごく恥ずかしいことを言うんだもんな。
大丈夫か？これ結構強いな。貸してごらん。
Oh no.
こういうのは水とかお湯で薄めてもいいんだよ。どうぞ。
ありがとう。
Brother.
そういえば僕がルディに出会ったきっかけもお湯だったね。
そうだっけか？
ほら、僕が道で泥玉をかけられて、ルディがそれをお湯で流してくれてさ。
ああ、懐かしいな。
ブエナ村の大きな木、まだあるかな。今日森を歩いてる時思い出したよ。
あの木でよく待ち合わせしたな。
そこで教えてくれたんだよね。手からお湯を出すやつ。
Okay. How many of you catch subconsciously what she's doing? How many of you catch subconsciously what, like, how she's doing this? For Onoda, yes, most things will lead to propinquity. Not even getting him drunk. Yo no entiendo. And look at the way she's leading this conversation. She's literally bringing this back to good and happy times. Like, these are instances of, like, remember when you did this? Remember when this happened? Trying to trigger that memory senses in order to go ahead and get them activated. Making them comfortable in a way. This is all subconscious work, right? It's not, like, this is not something that you're, like, actively thinking about. This could be just something that randomly you're like, oh, wow, imagine this. But your subconscious works in an instant where it's automatically trying to go ahead and, like, keep things comfortable and push things along in a track, which is beautiful. It is so beautiful to see the way that she's tackling this.
ありがとう。
She drinks it, boom, memory. Propinquity, let's remember back to when we were kids. We have this bond.
言えば、僕がルディに出会ったきっかけもお湯だったね。
そうだっけか？
ほら、僕が道で泥玉をかけられて、ルディがそれをお湯で流してくれてさ。
ああ、懐かしいな。
The tree coming up next. Second point.
ブエナ村の大きな木、まだあるかな。今日森を歩いてる時思い出したよ。
あの木でよく待ち合わせしたな。
そこで教えてくれたんだよね。手からお湯を出すやつ。
あの時初めて無影症でできたんだよな。
そうそう。楽しかったね。
Let's see what the third thing is.
といけない。忘れないうちに。
これを
I like how immediately she just shoots for it. She goes 1, 2, and here you go. It's a medicine for you, you know what? Yeah.
ルディのあれに効くっていう薬なんだ。薬って言っちゃったけど、美薬だって薬だよね。
But what are drugs? But medicine. But what is medicine? But drugs. What type of medicine class? Sophie, let's not go into a debate here. Hold on. Oh.
間違ってはいないはず。
どっかで見たことが。
飲んでみてほしいんだ。結構即効性があるらしいよ。
Oh, Sophie. Sophie. No hesitation, the trust. But also, Sylphie's just like, it's supposed to work right away. It just starts fucking going. Sylphie. It's not like it's gonna turn into fucking Winton. Just like, Winton. You know, like fucking start going ham, dude. Oh. Quick, get it off. Quick.
これ一緒に飲んで大丈夫なのか。
混ぜても大丈夫。多分効いてきたら我慢しなくてもいいからね。
Hey, yo.
シルフィーも飲むのか？あ。 丈夫か?
Bro, she's on a whole nother level. She's on a whole nother level there, brother. Hold on. She's in the juice, bro. She's an XQC fan, brother. She's a juicer. We just never fucking knew this. Get you that freak, brother. Oh no, man. Oh no. She's lost in the sauce there for a second. What? She's a juicer, brother. Like, getting gassed up here. Esto se va a descontrolar. Yeah, quite quickly, because he's at least being able to go and control himself somewhat. He is blushing, but it's not like to that point. Do you guys think that... Because I'm looking at these dynamics, right? And something that's coming to mind is this. Seeing their interactions between one another and seeing how much Sylphie genuinely cares about him. The lengths that she's willing to go for him. Because she knows that this is something that is bothering him. Do you guys consider this okay? Or not? How many of you consider this okay? The fact that, like, you know, she brought this up, brought it to him, so on and so forth. Make a poll, mods. I'll be honest. I think it's fine. Because she introduced it to him. She told him what it was for. He took it. If she had, like... on the side, that's a no-go. That's assault. You know, she didn't hide anything. The fact that she actually took the time and, like, told him what it was for and so on and so forth, it clears it. It fucking clears it, man. But I can bet you already, there's so many fucking... Oh, jeez, man. I can't believe they're allowing this in this type of show. Oh, man. Oh, well, how are we going to go ahead and go against this? We're going to pick apart all Sylphie seeds. Oh, jeez, oh, boy. We're going to go ahead and see how this is trash isekai. You know, like, I can already see all of these fucking people doing this, like, guys. Like, I can already see all these people immediately attacking through different lenses off of a scene that's already okay. You know, off of something that's already being communicated, right? Sylphie is cute and she gets absolved from that criticism. Bro, we need a fucking quinceañera for Sylphie. That's what we need to do. Is throw a big ass party for Sylphie and for Rudy and for everyone every single time that they turn of age here.
ちょっと緊張しちゃって。
そうか。
What's up, Espi? How you doing, brother? Oh, now it's hot, huh? Oh.
Sylphie.
We're good now, brothers. Way too dang, brother. It's happening. It's happening. Hold on.
我慢できない。
Hold on.
じゃあどうぞお召し上がりください。
Eat the decade ass, brother. Oh, ariga, thank you. Oh. Oh, no TOS to dig in, brothers. Holy fuck. Hey, yo. Woo, yeah, baby. That's what we've been waiting for. No. No. I actually kind of wanted it to show. No. No. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to meet with you again. The one time where they could have shown sex as a metaphor for change as well. No. All right. I guess I'll find that one of the special. Drop it in the general. Just drop it in the general, I guess. But the puddle, man. But the puddle of self-reflection, man. Guys, holy shit. Amazing that, like, number one, why did this truly come to be, though? Why did this come to be? Because clearly my man is eating on that meat. He's contemplating, you know, the meat that he's about to go through, right? He's like, this ain't no Arby's, sir. He's going through all of this. Why, aside from the I guess with the aphrodisiac, what else enables this to happen? Dig In was so much better than Kid Instinct. It was, man. Itadakimasu, dude. Itadaki ass, brother. What allowed this to happen? Sir, this is a Wendy's? Oh, dude, Wendy's is so much better than Arby's. That's just my take. You could say it's an alt take. That's fine. Communication. Yeah. The fact that, like, there was all this propinquity that was being built up. The fact that there was so much, like, sexual tension that has been there for a while. The fact that everything has been starting to go ahead and, like, communicate and jive with one another is showing these areas of growth that is beautiful. It's amazing to see just these characters' development. And how for Rudy, it's not just, oh, we're together, boom, I'm hard, I'm good. I just had my licensure exam teacher yesterday, and I got to say, those topics you always discuss really helped me. Let's go, Tonti Parker. Congratulations. That's amazing, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Well, I'm glad they helped. There you guys go. You see? Could go for a Baconator. Dude, same. I'm really hungry right now. I had breakfast like really, really early, so I'm kind of hungry. Them being comfortable with each other. Tonti, was there any major topics that appeared that we've gone over on stream? I'm kind of curious. The fact that Sylphie defied the statistics so far and didn't run away from his failure shows so much. Great, thank you. I'll take you out on a date too. Well, for me, this relationship is phenomenal, and I think the fact that they're like expanding on this and growing, and you know, like there is this tension and this growth here. The only thing I'm scared of is like, yeah, sex happens, sexy time happens, and all of these things. But his triggers. How many of you are aware of your own triggers? And I mean this, I genuinely mean this. How many of you are aware of your own triggers? Guys, girls, everyone in between. By triggers, I mean stuff that activates like your anxiety, your jealousy, any strong emotion. How aware do you think Rudy might be of his own triggers? And that's a fear that I have. Guys, girls, everyone in between, before we go into this coming little break, a pee-pee break, restroom break, before we get into the finale here, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this journey, guys. Sincerely, you guys have been absolutely fucking wonderful. And I do want to say, hey, I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of you guys for genuinely being a part of this and joining us for all of this. And Mushoku Tensei has been a series that has not only grown on me, but has changed a lot of my perspectives so far. And being able to go ahead and take apart this show, like chapter by chapter, as we've done it on stream, or episode by episode, with everyone quite literally doing it like on the Discord or everything. It's helped me an absolute ton, and I can't thank you guys enough. Whether it's you guys actually having full-on discussions in the Discord or on here or whatnot, it's helped me grow. But I just want to say, for those of you guys that are going through a tough time and are using the videos for whatnot, and if you're lurking on here and you're lurking because you have nothing else to do and you might be tired, you might be depressed, you might be going through a rough time, you like anime, you like psychology, whatever it might be, I'm proud of you, dude. Like, I'm genuinely proud of you. Again, my whole thing is not about predictions. It's about analysis. But if you're going through a rough time and you genuinely don't know what to do, or maybe you need a support network or friends or people that are open to talking about stuff, legitimately come and join us. This is not a substitute for therapy. It's not a substitute for me being your psychologist. I love you guys, but I'm not like, I can't be there and be your guys' therapist or psychologist. Seek out mental health in your help in your area, especially if you're going through a rough time, if you feel like you're in a deep dark hole, or you're really, really anxious, or whatever the case may be. Seek out your local mental health help around your area, because it's important, guys. I just want to highlight this, because like oftentimes people don't know where to ask for help, or people don't know how to ask for help. And that's why I wanted to say, as much as Mushoku Tensei helps us learn and grow, seek out professionals in your area. There is an amazing Discord. We have an amazing Discord there for you guys if you guys want to come and join and discuss. We don't criticize any anime. You can come and talk about ReZero, whatever anime you want to discuss about. We're not going to shut you down or shame you for that. We just ask that you be kind and empathetic towards everybody else and be respectful towards everyone. And I just really want to see you guys grow and become the best you that you can be. Because all of my videos are unmonetized. Everything's unmonetized in that regard. Because it's not about the money. It's never been about the money. It's always been about forming a community that likes talking about deep topics. That likes going in deep and genuinely care about the characters and their growth and how it affects them. So thank you guys once again. I appreciate y'all. You guys are absolutely wonderful. And I just want to say thank you to the mods and everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick little break, and then we'll be right back for the, I guess, final 10 minutes, essentially. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back for the final 10 minutes or 8 minutes that are left from the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, be right back. That. Let's go back to horny time. Let's get back to horny time. Let's go. Let's go, J-Piv. Oh, bro. Oh, brother. Will Sunday stay EU friendly? And do we know which anime will be for that day? Sunday may stay EU friendly, but it'll probably be Vinland Saga and Eminence. Fridays are for Frieren Fridays. Oh, brother. Brother. Why do they do this to my soul? Why do they do this to my soul? I am just getting... why do they do this to my soul? The PTSD will probably kick in, or the anxiety would say, Scar. Even if she's out and about and like already as fits, because you know, you have to be. It's not necessarily, oh, she left them or anything like that. Could just be that she has to be out and about with their duties, right? Or maybe baking breakfast or something. But for a person waking up immediately and seeing this, it would trigger it would trigger something. Like for you guys, pretend that you were in Rudius's shoes. How many of you guys would be triggered by this? Like, you would be anxious, or you would be thinking to yourself, ah, shit. I would. That anxiety would, the cognitive distortion would hit me, and I would have been like, oh, here we go again, right? Even if that is not the case, that would send me through a panic attack, maybe a little bit of a loop, maybe a little bit of an anxiety again. Exactly. Be looking for the note, be looking for the hair, be looking for anything, and you can just automatically feel the pain from that. I'd be yelling for selfie, maybe. If not, would yeah. Damn. It happened, but she left. Oof. Look at my dude.
そうだ。これってロアの行商人が売っていた美白じゃん。
Wouldn't it be funny if she was just on the other side of the bed? She just fucking fell over. She just, my dude's over here having like, you know, like deep, hold on, deep thought moment, just like, they always leave me. Like, you know, and she's just on the other side of the bed, all like out of order and shit, post nut depression. Like, oh, dude, that would be hilarious. That would, oh, hey, yo.
護衛の仕事だよな。
Right? There we go. This is normal. This is what makes Mushoku Tensei fucking beautiful. It's scenes like this. It's scenes where you genuinely feel the pain. It's scenes where you genuinely feel this being brought up again, and it humanizes him. He's not your superpower MC who can die 1,000 times and come back to life and genuinely not feel any pain and continue on. It's the fact that he still gets re-triggered, and he's still trying to hold it together, and he's still trying his best to stand up and keep walking. It's scenes like this that define his humanity. It defines the fact that he is trying his best to move on with life. He is trying his best to keep going. The pain, the aspect of stuff that is shown in through this, showing off his insecurity, showing off that he is flawed, is beautiful. It's wonderful. And it's great because the world doesn't treat him like an MC, because it doesn't seem like he's, like, the world keeps going regardless if he's there or not. Regardless if he's there or not. Wow. Powerful shit, man. I love Mushoku Tensei. It's so good. Can't wait for you for Core 2. Oof. Is she there? Is she coming to check on him? I just had guard duty.
起きてたんだ。
Oh!
おはよう、ルディ。ごめんね。ちょっとアリエル様とルークに昨日のお礼を言ってきたんだ。お礼っていうのは僕の背中を押してくれたことっていうか、とにかく二人とも喜んでくれたよ。できれば今度二人に会ってほしい。どうしたの
Yeah.
変なルディ。はいはい、僕はここにいるよ。ちょっとルディ。
That is beautiful. Aside from him touching the booba, that is beautiful. Like, he legitimately, his afraid, like his fear, his personal fear of her being gone and this happening again. It's a lot. It's a lot for people. It's a lot for someone. It's a lot for an individual. For him, this is his security again. This is him being vulnerable again. Sex is vulnerability. Sex is not good or bad or whatnot. You can have sex for 1,001 reasons. For some people, they use it for a form of connection. For some people, they use it as a form of growth. And the fact that Sylphie comes back and is still, like, you know, just saying, like, I want to go say thanks and, you know, showcasing why she's there or what's really happening here. It's amazing. I haven't seen an anime where sex is this intentional and meaningful. I wish there were more that I knew of. But that's the thing is, like, a lot of people only seem to assume sex for, like, one thing, or, like, horny, or good, or bad, right? But, like, people don't seem to truly take into consideration that, like, sex is used for 1,001 things. You've had a bad day. Sometimes, I hate to put it, you fuck it out. Sometimes you use it for a form of healing with your partner, a sense of connection and intimacy. Sometimes you use it to develop a bond. Sometimes you can use it for whatever. Sometimes sex is not even penetrative. There's 1,001 reasons as to like the importance and levels that sex can be used at. And seeing the way that this is showing like both relationship dynamics and character dynamics is huge. Seeing the way that like Sylphie's even telling him, I'm right there. So like such a foundational level of support that Rudy needs to start taking his steps for growth. Huge, man. Huge. But we can't have men looking at hot anime woman. It's degrading. Oh, what? Is it? Oh.
ありがとう。
Oh. Oh.
ありがとう。
Even the reflection of this, dude. Oh. Even the reflection of this. Oh. Ah, mi corazón. Oh. Okay, if Sylphie would have actually, like, left. If Sylphie would have left, would his ED have remained? Do you think it would have gotten worse? Yeah. Yeah. I think it was that moment. That moment where she came back. That moment where she, like, you know, that hug happens and she says, I'm right there for you. That establishes a lot for Rudy psychologically. A lot of people seem to downplay the importance of words, the importance of genuinely caring about someone and saying, I'm there for you and I love you. I'm proud of you. Like how much, grab the titty to make sure, how much these words have an impact on us. And that's why I want to say, guys, let's be conscious of our words. Let's remember that, like, we can genuinely impact one another and show that love and support to one another in 1,001 areas. Would it reinforce the idea that women will leave you? Yeah. I love this. And I love the fact that we're seeing Rudy cement a foundation for himself. A foundation for him to start taking steps for growth. A foundation for him to start taking steps for 101 other aspects of opportunities.
シルフィー。お初にお目にかかります。ルーデウス・グレイラットと申します。
この学校に雷鳴を轟かせるルーデウス殿が本日はいかなるご用向きですか？
I think you know.
すでにシルフィエットよりいろいろとお聞きかと思いますが、少々お話しさせていただきたく参じました。私はシルフィーに病を治してもらいました。殿下はそのシルフィーに協力してくださったと聞き及んでおります。故にお力になれることがございましたら、私にお声掛けください。
Oh no.
お前はアスラ貴族の政権争いは忌避していると思っていたが。
確かに政権争いになんて首を突っ込みたくはありません。けれど思い人が渦中にいるとなれば話は別です。
Oh.
あなたの力を借りられるのであれば非常に心強い。
Rudy, don't say that in front of Ariel. Oh, my beloved. Oh, wait a minute. She's now like, is he gonna put a ring on this finger? Anything for family. Rudy about to be in the next Fast and Furious movie, brother. Oh, the Wizard of Oz. Oh, Giga Chad moment, bro. Okay, to be fair, the reason why I say that is because don't joke like that. Bro, I was dating someone for like 2 weeks. And then the third week, they were like, and I'm like, the fuck? I'm barely getting to know you. We're 2 weeks in. I don't even know if I like you. Like, you know, we're just dating. Like, I don't even know if I like you. Like, you know, we're getting to those stages. Like, damn. There are some people out there, dude. You're just getting to know them and they're like immediately jumping into that. Like, Rudy is a super casual. Well, they know each other for a lot longer than a week. That's exactly what I'm pointing out. Is they've known each other for longer than just that, man. Plus, for being honest, wouldn't this put her in a pedestal for a bit? She cured his ED, so wouldn't this help like him in that scenario?
それで、あなたはどうするつもりですか？
私には転移事件で失った家族を探すという使命があります。なので、今すぐアスラ王国に赴いてというのは。
Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. Back it up.
思い人が渦中にいるとなれば、話は別です。
So cute.
あなたの力を借りられるのであれば、非常に心強い。それで、あなたはどうす
She's asking about Sylphie, isn't she? Because she looked over to her before she asked this question. Are you taking responsibility? Are you gonna take responsibility, chat, for what you've done to Sylphie? Are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done to Sylphie, chat? Who here is gonna be responsible, guys? Who here is gonna be responsible and take care of Sylphie, ladies and gentlemen? Eventually, I will. 10 out of 10. I volunteer as
する
tribute.
つもりですか？
私には転移事件で失った家族を探すという使命があります。なので、今すぐアスラ王国に赴いてというのは。
ええ。私のことはそちらが一段落してからでも構いません。で、あなたはどうするつもりなのですか？
And she asked it again. Oh, fuck. She's...
まさか、
I need myself a girl like Ariel, man. Ariel's such a... I feel like I would be fighting with her all the time, right? I feel like I would be... like, it might be Evil Ed... I don't know, bro. It might be International Women's Day every day with Ariel. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I feel like it would be Evil Ed versus Ariel all the time. Oh, that's fine, bro. You acting like I ain't into weird shit, brother. And like the manipulative. I like them what? I like the las tóxicas. You know, las tóxicas. Here's Albedo. I can fix her. Ariel and Evil Ed.
無能の治療が終わったら家族のためにこの国から旅立つ。シルフィーとははいさようなら。というわけではないでしょうね。
Ooh.
シルフィーと結婚します。
Even Luke's like, what the like, dude, Luke's like, bruh, I've even done worse shit than that. And I'm like, oh.
シルフィエット・グレイラット
Grey Rat? Oh. Oh.
あなたはどうなさいますか？
Oh.
ルーク。
Oh. Oh.
ルディ。
はい。
Let's go. Let's go.
よろしくお願いします。
Let's go.
こちらこそ。
シルフィー、ルーデウスの妻となるならば、今後男装をする必要はありません。女らしくなさい。でも、その代わり、ルーデウス、あなたの名を使わせていただきます。
Oh no.
もちろん、私の名前を使うことも許します。
わかりました。
Wow. Literally putting her identity down. The role that she's been made to play. Whoa.
アリエル様、ルーク。
Whoa.
今までありがとう。
No, don't cheat on Sophie, Rudy. That is too wholesome. Oh. Peak, brother. Peak. Like, I hope that Rudy's able to keep it in his pants for long enough that the blood of the gray rats isn't there. Keep it playing. Oh, there's an end card? Okay, hold on. Because I'm just saying, like, for me, it's very beautiful, and it's awesome to see them play this thing and them accept one another and them actually get into this relationship, into this marriage. It's beautiful, man. It's awesome to look forward to part 2. Oh, dude. Oh, why they gotta show us this? Why they gotta hit us with these feels, man? Why they gotta hit? Oh. It's adorable. It is adorable. So are they gonna? Is next season just gonna be Rudy and Sylphie plap 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 all the time, and Rudy starts his new family, or is it gonna be like next core? Yeah, well, yes. Good question. They need a honeymoon, right? Core 2 on H Anime. Are they gonna have a kid? Actually, yeah. Are they gonna have a kid? Like, or is that where this, like, you know, trying to go back into your family or find your family or hope your family and like have a kid? You provoke chat, Elena. Is it gonna be plap 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 central? You know, or is it gonna be like, hey, do you think he'd be? How do you think he would be as a father? That's a good question. You know what? I think he'd be caring. I think he'd care, but at the same time, I think his actions at times, especially if he doesn't know how to regulate himself, may prove to become a barrier for being there. He will do it until it happens. Sylphie wants more than one. I have some questions for Espi regarding my rat theory. My rat theories, which I think we'll get soon enough here, man. Overall, fantastic episode. I'm blown away at the actual depth that this episode goes into. Time and time again, this episode blows me away with its intentionality, with how deep we can go into it. What do you think of Eris's inclusion of the story into this point? Well, I mean, where is Eris? Right? Where is Eris? I think that's the big one. And is that going to be explored in the future? I did kind of want to see a little bit of Eris. I'm not going to lie. But I think that that's probably for the future. Like, what is Eris? Thank you. Exactly. Who is Eris? Where is Eris? How is Eris? But like, that's my point is, even though she wasn't included in this, like, I usually hate school arcs. I usually really do. But this one was okay. This one was okay. It wasn't about, Rudy is in the Z class and he needs to get so many soul experience points to level up and go up to like the S class or whatever, right? Like, it was quite literally just a story about like Rudy trying to find himself. And that is exactly why this was more like college. This felt more like a college arc, like an arc of self-discovery. And that was beautiful. And that was amazing. Yeah, it wasn't about some evil awakening or school shenanigans. It was just Rudy trying to find himself. Through that, I do gotta ask, through the entirety of the core, what would you guys rate it? And guys, in case you guys are wondering, how do you even come to certain conclusions? A majority of the time, guys, it's our discussions that we have either on here or on the Discord, like openly in the Discord channels. Whenever we have discussions or we talk about certain things, like I start arriving to certain conclusions about characters and I talk about them on stream all the time. I think that this was a very well done season. I think that it was pretty good. I don't know. For me, it was probably like an 8.5, maybe a 9 out of 10, maybe. I'm curious about the Blu-ray. Until episode 10, 7.5 out of 10 4 out of 5, 8 out of 10. I missed some of the world building aspects that had to get cut out, but the character relationships were phenomenal. I think it's because you only have a certain amount of time. How was season 1? No, what wasn't season 1 previously? Yeah. Pretty good. Overall, really, really good. I'm curious to see how this is going to evolve. I'm really, really curious to see where season 2 is going to go. Are we going to see some more characters? Like, is the world going to expand out? Or where is that going to go? Probably on my own Masha Tank, because I'm reading volume 1 at the moment. Like, I'm still slowly going through it. I have a fuck ton of work as a like, you know, new director there. It's a lot to do. So like I'm probably gonna read like volume 1. I'm letting you guys know what chapter and shit I'm on. Like, if you ask, like, I can pull it up and even show at a later point. But through this, guys, let's wait for Espi to give us a quick call, and we'll get started with our instances here through with Espi, because Espi's up next whenever he's available. 7.5 out of 10. Mushoku Tensei novels surely are very extensive. That's a lot to go through, and I think, like, for me, I like peace and quiet as I go into it. You know, like, in my environment to truly learn. So it's a lot. It's a lot to be able to take in. But guys, how are you guys doing? I hope you guys had fun. Also, I want to go to reiterate, guys, this is not about Prediction Central or anything like that. It's quite literally about analyzing the characters, bringing them to light, and quite literally, there's no way that we're going to catch up on Zone 100, man. Considering that, like, it's going way past the seasonal. Espi!
Hello.
My man. Let me bring you on. Hold on. Here you go. Brother, how you doing?
I'm still like recovering from last night watching the episode and then watching the stream. It's like so many emotions.
Hold on, I gotta fix your audio here. There you go. Should be fixed now. There's so many, like, that ending was something else, man. That ending was too pure.
It's perfect.
Perfect.
The light, the glow, them standing together, and then because I saw one complaint, people were like, "Why does Sylvie have white hair in the little end credit?" That's because they're in their old outfits in there as adults, so it's kind of like a mix of the past and the present. So
right.
I just such a good episode. There is something I want to do review today. You can reject it, but I think it'll be a little bit of fun.
Wait, what do you want to do?
I want to rewatch the trailer for Mushoku Tensei Season 2. It'll be well worth it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Now that you've watched Core 1, now you're going to enjoy the trailer even more.
Oh no. Okay, guys, can someone link the trailer, please? That way I can bring it up.
I can link it if they don't have it.
All right, hold on. They're linking it. They're quick boys.
They are quick.
Oh, mods are freaking out. Mods are like, no.
It's not spoiler. It's a trailer. He's seen the trailer before.
Okay, hold on.
See, I knew the mods. Mods would freak out.
Yeah, it's the mods. What do you expect? That's the best way for me to put it. It's like, it's the mods. All right, let me go.
I already told some of the mods that I was doing this.
Oh, did you? Okay. Here we go. I brought it up on my side. Let's see what you're talking about, man. Let's see what you're talking about. Whew.
There'll be a delay for me watching it from the stream, though.
Yeah, just a little bit. Now I'm curious, man. Now you have me fucking... Okay.
You just gotta let it cook for a bit. I still love seeing these scenes from Volume 7.
Oh, they can't hear it. Hold on.
Matter until soon, but yeah, just put the audio on. It is interesting when looking at the trailers, some of the scenes that they don't actually have in the actual anime.
Right.
何が死んでもいいだ。何が手元に残らないだ。俺はちゃんともらっている。
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
ちょっと大きなものを失った。
Wait a minute. You're right.
This is why the mods didn't want me to do this.
Wait. Is Paul going to die? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Was that Paul? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Bro. Bro.
I didn't say anything. I didn't show anything to Ed. I'm just asking him to rewatch the trailer for season 2. That's all I told Ed to do.
Wait. No, there's more. Hold on.
I haven't done anything. I'm innocent. It's just the trailer, guys.
Hold on. I'm gonna go back. We gotta go back. There's some instances we gotta touch on.
I love the way chat's like, Nick, get him. I told Nick last night I was doing this.
Hold on. We're backing it the fuck up here. What the?
See, it's more interesting now that you watch it after the first core, because before the first core, it all just kind of blends together.
Right. Oh man, yeah. This is all like you can really make a separation from what we've seen to what's coming, and now it's like, wait a minute, are we like, is next core fucking hype? Is that what I'm understanding from this? Wait a minute. Okay. So clearly it looks like is that Zenith? That's like, who is this? Someone's trapped in a fucking crystal. I'm making this assumption that blue light. Bro. Espi. Brother.
I told you next core would be better than the first core. I told you this is the calm before the storm.
Roxy. Oh no. Don't tell me, dude.
Chat hates me now.
Don't tell me, brother. Don't tell me, brother. Roxy hugging Rudy. Rudy in a sad state. Espi.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I've not said a single thing, chat. I am innocent.
Is that no? This looks like Rudy. This doesn't look like Paul. Paul. Espi, you're a bad child. Wow. I gotta ask you this, because clearly seeing this and like, you know, if Rudy's in a bad state, in a sad state, and Roxy's hugging him and whatnot, does the gray rat blood run deep in Rudy? Is my question for you.
In what way?
And the way that like generational cycles can continue. Paul had Lilia in Zenith, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we seeing a generational cycle here continue?
That's the right question to be asking.
So yes. Look, chat, listen to the way he even skips.
I mean, Rudy just got married, didn't he? Why would he cheat on Sylphia?
We literally just went over an article about grief and how grief can cause us to make like bad actions or bad decisions based on like those emotions, which can be anger, which can be sex, which can be 101 aspects, like at the beginning of stream. Is someone going to die? Like, is it Paul? Because Paul looked pretty fucking beat up here, man. Paul looks like he's on death's row right there, man.
Tough cookie? He's used to those kinds of things. He's an adventurer. I mean, that's kind of how adventuring goes. You go in there, you get pretty bruised up. I mean, you look at the situation with Volume 7, a lot of them got pretty bruised up.
Or is Sylphie going to die? Sorry, my brain is just like, hold on. The question is, why is Rudy not hugging? That's a good question.
What if someone else dies?
Nah.
What if someone dies inside?
Oh, hold on. Who is it? I don't know who that is. Random girl?
Which one? That's Sarah.
Is it Sarah?
Yeah, Sarah.
It's just another filter placed on top then, yeah. Wow, there's so many scenes that were just like...
Yeah, see, that scene wasn't in there. It was Sylphia in the snow on the castle.
Right. So I have a question for you. Oh, hold on. That accidentally took you out from there. There we go. I have a question for you. Speaking of this, because now that you've shown me this, now I can grill you a little bit. So, Espi, when were you going to tell me that there were multiple instances as to what a rat means?
So, how are you interpreting the rat?
I love your thinking face. We're already going into light versus L situation here. For the past 3 weeks, I've been jotting down notes, and I went earlier about
if you're going with the chess analogy, I think that's a flawed logic.
So let me ask you this: who else is Hitogami talking to?
See, that's an interesting approach, because there are actually, and I'm thinking about it more now, there are actually two ways of interpreting the rat that actually could be technically correct.
Sure. And
because you're looking at it metaphorically, but I wasn't looking at it metaphorically. I was looking at it literally. But there is technically a metaphorical component to it as well. See, there's an actual rat and then a metaphorical component. So there's two parts to the word rat, but chat knows like the rat version.
So I have two working theories, thanks to one of my therapist friends who literally asked me, because I kept asking, like, you know, why would a rat, why would a rat be in this show? And I kept like, you know, and he's like, dude, you're missing the very basic thing. What is a rat? So I'll ask you this. What is a rat, Espi?
It's an animal.
An animal that what?
That scurries in the dark.
What does a rat usually carry?
In the basement. Diseases, I guess.
Is this rat going to carry a disease? I'm just going to shoot straight for the throat, because that's... I've gone through where, why, how, and so on and so forth. So I'm going with what?
That's the right question to be asking. What does this rat entail?
If this rat carries a disease, is he going to lose Sylphie? Or a family member? Is he going to lose Norn or Aisha from a rat?
Are you assuming he's going to lose one or everything?
Wait a minute. No. Now you're pointing me in the wait a minute.
Chat, I'm 10 times ahead now. I've prepped this week. My hands are sweaty.
Your hands are sweaty. You're like, oh my God. Okay, if you lost everything, wouldn't that mean that he would get angry against, like, just life in general? If you did, like, let's take your train of thought here. Would that not encourage him to just be like an extremely angry individual?
I mean, if you lost everything, I think that would make someone very bitter, angry.
Okay,
vindictive, envious.
Sure, but who would he blame?
that's the right question to be asking. Would he blame someone or himself or those around him? Or would he be so blinded by his own frustration and anger that he just doesn't know what to think or feel? And he just wanders aimlessly, creating more mistakes.
Punished Rudy. That's the thought that I'm thinking about. Is if we put, for you Metal Gear fans out there, if we put, say, we have an overseeing god, we have Hitogami. If we put him as the Patriots, why wouldn't Punished Snake or Punished Rudy go after the Patriots? So this is my question I'm going to land to you. If he loses everyone the way that you've stated or you questioned, wouldn't he be angry enough to go against literally all the gods? Like Orsted or Hitogami or all of these individuals who are greater than thou? Even himself in that process, if you're right.
The right question to be asking.
Are your hands starting to get sweaty?
Not yet. Yeah,
Not yet.
They're doing a little right.
Okay. So continuing off of that, then comes my next question. I know. We have him on the ropes, chat. We just got to keep pushing. Which is this. Don't they have detoxification magic if it is an illness that's brought by the rat?
I mean, can medicine cure cancer? Completely?
It can in certain stages, you're right. But now I'm about to go further. What if chat, tell me the episode where we see the rats in Nanahoshi's thing. What episode was that?
For the person saying that a rat doesn't give cancer, it's an analogy. It's a comparison to magic.
All right, let me pull this up. All right, where is it at? I'm like, I pulled it up just because I'm trying to see where we saw these rats. Or a rat. Further. So the question that I'm trying to get at...
I do have to agree with chat here. If Nat was here, she would have just spoiled the entire plot by accident.
I love Nat for that reason. Nat would have just opened up like...
She's done that a couple of times.
Hold on. Give me... My dad's like, hey, I got you a bunch of ribs. They're ready. Hey. He's like, you know, you want it? I'm like, nah, not right now. I'm good. But anyway, rat ribs. So I have a question for you. I'm continuing off of this because you really derailed me there for a second. You really took me off for a second, which is, what does it mean for you? Like, watching this, you have so much future knowledge that you have started discussions, like your power has started full-on discussions in the Discord to the point where I go in and people literally spam rats. People spam emojis. People spam like everything in this regard to where I can't escape it.
I didn't realize I had this much power.
I'm at work and I get DMs of rats. I get literally people sending me DMs and images of rats. So it's been 2 or 3 weeks where I've been sitting and thinking about this fucking rat, where you've had me up against the jam. I'm doing therapy shit and I get bing and I check that and it's a fucking rat. And I'm like, I cannot escape this rat, so I'm getting to the bottom of this rat. Oh man, not cool. Yeah, I know. That's why I started blocking people from DMs.
It's so funny. 2 weeks of you pondering it, and then you're like, I'm cured. I'm over this. And now you're back to being like, well, I need to know about this rat. And the funny thing is, the more I think about it, the more I can toy review, because now you're looking at it from an actual physical, like real physical rat. And technically there is a metaphorical component to it.
So when you said the sewer is in the basement, do you mean literally?
I mean, that's where rats generally live, but I mean, rats can also infest the other areas as well. I mean, in general households, you can have them in kitchens, sheds, bathrooms. I'm remembering when there was a rat in my bathroom. Bathroom. Yeah, I was thinking bathroom. From personal experience.
I like the way, like, I'm keeping your words in mind, man. I'm having them locked in because I'm like, Espi, you tell so many truths mixed in with like your misdirections that it's interesting. Like, you know, just throwing it, being like, So let me follow up.
I never lie. That's the fun part. See, I never lie, but I always mask the truth.
So let me follow up with this then. We've clearly always been in contact with one another, and like, you know, we always come through and we showcase this. Us having this back and forth dance and whatnot. I guess my question for you is, does he know? So that like we can stop a lot of the haters and stuff that people try and make assumptions that we're in it together, or that you tell me stuff before we even come on, or that I read out a lot.
Me and Ed's DMs are mostly like me highlighting conversation topics that I sent to him and then him replying to some of them. Like one of them was like, did Espi overhype the past couple of episodes? That was a topic I put up in the chat with him. We've talked about just reading through some of our logs, just some light novel stuff, some skip content, me constantly sending him rat images just to mess with him, bat images for the last episode because of the cave. That was my hint for him with the bat in the cave. He was nowhere near it.
No.
He was using the thing with but it was still really fun. Most of our DMs are mostly, actually, some of it actually we were talking about AI and the impact of jobs and a sense of purpose and that kind of stuff. But there's no spoilers in our DMs. There's none. And I could be gaslighting Ed here, but he is way off on some of his theories. And I mean, chat knows that. But there is some stuff that he's catching on. He's got some good theories. Some might be getting, you know, fairly close, but some are like so far out in the distance that you have to get a microscope or a telescope to find it. Well, but there's some good stuff. So for people sitting there saying, oh, he's read the light novels or Espi's telling him stuff, it's like,
no.
The point of me and Ed's conversation is a game of cat and mouse. Say cat and mouse. His job is to try and catch me out. My job is to try and escape him.
But my cat and rat, oh God, what have you done, Espi? But through that, like, and this is just me being realistic, like a lot of people always seem to only look at the positives or only look at like something that came semi-close to true. And it's like, no, there's a lot that I've gotten wrong that I even recognize I've gotten wrong. And I'm like, that's perfectly A-okay. It's never about getting 100% predictions. It's literally about analyzing the characters and how this can impact the future. So for example, me asking you, and I'm just going to shoot straight. I'm going to give you a list of names. So I'm going to say the topic is Hitogami. You ready? Now I want you to repeat these 4 names if possible. Elena Lise, Geese, Roxy, and I'm going to go ahead and throw in there. Who should I throw in there? You know what? I'll go ahead and throw in there Paul. Do you mind just saying those names?
Eleanor Lace, Roxy, Geese, Paul.
Okay, take out Paul.
Eleanor Lace, Roxy, Geese.
Take out Roxy.
You do know I worked out last week, and I'm now changing the tone of them every time I say the words.
You sure about that, boy? I'm looking at you, bro, and you're holding on for dear life. You're like,
It's like I'm in an audition for an acting role. So you want me to say Roxy?
Okay. What about Elena Elise?
Ellen Elise.
Ooh, sexy voice. Geese.
Goose. The funny part is all of those names are impactful. So it doesn't matter how I tone them; they're all pivotal.
Chat, if you can see what I'm saying,
you just gotta wonder which one is.
If you can see what I'm saying, face-wise, yeah, depending on you can draw an interaction between Hitogami and everyone else. But my thing is, I have my suspicions on either Geese working with Laplace or Geese working with Hitogami. It's one or the other. That's where my suspicions lay. And I'm just laying it all out there. Because, or Elena Elise as well. Elena Elise can be working with Hitogami. Same instances. It's either Laplace or Hitogami. One or the other. And I'll tell you why. Number one, we've never seen, like, Geese at Doldia Village, right? Which we backed up to earlier in this whole thing. His way of mimicking Rudy. And number two, he was a part of Paul's party, right?
Geese is, part of Paul's party.
So then why didn't he take Rudy to, or like ask, like the first question being Rudy to Paul?
I'm actually trying to jog my memory on the light novels. I don't actually think... I was going to say, I don't think he knew that Rudy was Paul's son. But then I can't remember if Rudy said his full name. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, chat, if Geese actually knew Rudy was Paul's son only until after the drama happened.
He did know.
But then when they got there, then he did?
Well, some are saying he did, some are saying he didn't. I think he mixed messages in chat.
Yeah, my memory's a little bit foggy because I remember after they got into the town itself, Geese was a big proponent of supporting Rudy.
So then my next question is this. If that's not the case, why does he know... I don't even know how to put it. The way that he interacts, he's such a different character compared to everyone else. And like in terms of like using actual psychological interventions, and it's like he's being guided almost in the way that he interacts with others. It might be that he's just a charismatic build, but like him using therapeutic interventions in the world where no one else uses them, him mimicking body language, him even taking some assumptions of like, I wouldn't say tonality, but power ups and power downs in a similar way that like other people that we've seen use, it strikes as a red flag for me. Elena Elise, we can point to the similar thing where it's like she's on a mission to get laid. She has to because of the curse. But then is the curse from Laplace or is the curse from Hitogami? And can Hitogami curse people?
Or is the curse something more grander scaled?
Comes the next question. Is it just Geese or are there multiple people that, like, using ReZero terms, by the way, you know some ReZero terms, right? Like the people that worship what was it, like the people that worship the sins,
the cultists.
Yeah, the cultists.
I just call them cultists. Yeah.
So like,
so you think Geese is like a worshipper of the man god?
No, well, I'm asking if there are other individuals out there, because Orsted immediately attacks Rudy based on him talking about the man god. So it makes me wonder, are there people that worship the man god?
I mean, when he asked the Demon King, the man god's name didn't really seem like something that was kind of well known. And I mean, of all people, he would probably know. So at least from that interpretation, you would take it that the man god isn't a well-known religious cult if it was to be one. And being that there seems to be a limit based on Rudy's observation of some of these things of what the man god can do, like with the mind and the sleep, coming into the dream mode and everything. So there seems to be some things that are limiting. So
Someone
it
in
comes
chat,
down to, do you think it's a wide reach or a short reach?
someone in chat said apostle, so there's probably more. See, now you have my mind racing. Now I'm trying to find clues off of this. Now that we're like going into this.
See, that's actually interesting because, yeah, Orsted did refer to him as an apostle, so that would refer to, based on that terminology, that there could be more than one. But then it comes down to, is it a small group or a large group?
Right. I am so curious. I'm so curious where this is going to go, man. You have my brain like riveting off of this because all of a sudden I'm like, is it an Elise, an apostle? Oh, we got a raid. Orin Clubs, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Oh, what a goat. Thanks so much, man. For all the new people coming in, hi, my name's Ed. That's Espi. Espi, you want to introduce yourself to the raiders?
I'm the worst person on the stream, apparently.
No, what are you talking about? In case you guys don't know me, Psychologist Voldy is what we got another raid. Hi, Voldy, welcome on in. Appreciate you. And 3 raids. Holy crap! And Adia, dude, appreciate y'all. Welcome on in. Hi. In case you guys don't know who I am, I'm a psychologist. We're analyzing Mushoku Tensei, the finale here. We tend to go in deep, and we have the wonderful Espi, the content creator Espi, the analyzer Espi, the sexy man Espi that you guys see here on screen right here. How you doing, Aisha? Mods, can we give them a shout out to Valdez and everyone? Appreciate it. Holy crap. Okay, we're gonna go into a spicy topic. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
We're jumping into a spicy topic, I guess. Which is, do you think, I guess number one for yourself, did you overhype this season? This core?
I think it depends on the interpretation. I personally don't think I overhyped it, just because this is one of my favorite arcs. And as I mentioned in my video I did last night, because I had to collect my thoughts. One of the things I love is I love romance animes. I really, really, really love romance animes. But I also really love medieval fantasy worlds. And isekais are like that escapism. So you've got an isekai, you've got a medieval fantasy world with magic, you've got grounded, realistic characters, and you've got, from this core, a really compelling, amazing romance. And so for me, it ticks every single box. So it's like the perfect anime for me. And that's something that I was really hyped about in this particular arc, seeing how at the end of season 1, you've got the big fall for Rudy. He's down in the dumps. Eris has ditched him. She's gone off doing whatever she's doing. Girl needs no man kind of attitude. And now Rudy's wandering aimlessly. He's gone into the adventure sort of profession, throwing his life away. They're meeting a young, pretty blonde girl named Sarah, saving her, being the damsel in distress, and then pursuing that relationship and it falling apart, and then having not Orsted, but Soldat pick up the pieces, and then seeing that rebuild on that point at the academy is one of the things that I really love, because it changes paces. And I see that criticism all the time is, oh, well, this is a boring art because it's in the university, it's no action. But I think a change of pace is highly important for series like this, where it's not about high action, it's about Rudy's adventure, him being reborn, him growing, developing, going through the highs and the lows like a roller coaster. And so seeing Sylvia reintroduced and them coming together and them overcoming their own insecurities and issues, to me, that's the hype itself. But for other people, they see it as, oh, well, you overhyped it because Sylvia should have just taken off the glasses from the very beginning. But insecurity is a very powerful weapon.
It is.
And one of the problems that I have with the anime community, and I call it the ivory tower problem, where we as watchers stand on an ivory tower and we look down on the characters and go, well, I would have done this, or I would have done that, or why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do it that way? But at the end of the day, if you were in their shoes, probably would have made the same mistakes, because when you're down there, you can only see so much. Your vision is limited. When you're on that ivory tower, you see everything.
Right. Well, and this is something I also like to point out, because some people really love to go ahead and use hindsight. Oh, if I was in Rudius' shoes, I would have done this. Or, oh, you know, for example, people love to go and pick up on instances that we didn't pick up on our first watch through or analyze or whatever. And it's like, guys, you don't truly understand that, like, being here and being in the moment is very, very different than like you being from the outside looking in. And this goes for any situation, whether it's a relationship or something like that. A lot of people automatically used to use hindsight bias to go ahead and do certain things, or even worse. Let's talk. If we're going in deep, let's go in deep, man. Because if we're talking about the community in general, the anime community in general, let's talk about what people are presupposed to, which you brought up an excellent discussion about. 5 minutes of opening up intro, like another 10 minutes of shilling an ad, 3 minutes or 5 minutes of actual content, followed by 5 minutes of closing, and it's all monetized. It's a very common thing that we're seeing.
I was complaining about that on Twitter, because I was watching a video and it was like 16 minutes long, and it got like 4 minutes in, and they had just done their introduction. Like, they were plugging their other channels, and they did an introduction into the video, then they did a sponsor, then they had to reintroduce again, and I was like, really can we get to the point? And then you have a large period where they're going over stuff that you already know. So like, if it's like an episode on like a review or a breakdown or something, they'll go into too much detail. One of the things that I try to do in my analysis, I only give enough information for you to understand the context of something and not over explain a scene. Like, if Rudy's, like, say for example, the scene at the end of this episode, I won't explain the entire thing. I'll just say, oh yeah, they're in the room with Ariel and Luke discussing about the proposal for the marriage and Sylvia getting all flustered. Simple explanation. You know which scene you're up to, you know the situation, and then analyze it from there.
Right.
But not spend like 5 minutes recapping the entire scene and then spend a couple of minutes explaining the analysis or the cut content or whatever you're deciding to do.
But through that, I guess this is where I'm going to come in, right? What separates those individuals? Because people love to yell like, oh, can't you see that they're like, that's true content creation, right? That's we should respect like all content creation like that. And it's, I don't know, how do you feel about that when people get up in arms about these channels?
I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the individual. If they enjoy that content, that's their freedom. But at the same time, if people don't enjoy that content, that's fine as well.
Right.
I've had people complain about how I approach my content when I talk about cut content, and how I put the word cut content in the title, and then people saying, well, I shouldn't be allowed to talk about cut content because it might get brought up later on in the season. And it's like, well, I've read the source material. I know what they're most likely going to do and not do. And once they've gone over a certain point, they're most likely not going to go back on it, especially when I was looking at the previous episodes with episode 0, where they skipped over like the ring situation with the assassination. There's the going through the castle or the town itself, where Ariel has sort of almost wooed the hearts of the guards and everything. There's those little extra chapters. After episode 0, you know they're not going to go backtracking on that. That's like clear as day, because it would feel awkward and janky if they did it as a back. And then you've also got to realize that they've got to explain other stuff as well that could be seen as more pivotal. As far as content goes, I think it all comes down to individual taste, but I do think there is an issue of, because of how monetization works on YouTube, people have a tendency to try and make videos as long as possible. And I'm not the biggest fan of some content creators out there. I won't pretend to be people's friends when I'm not. Right. There are some content creators out there that spend like 20 minutes explaining something that they could have explained in like 8 minutes. Right. And they do this game of, they'll explain something, then they'll re-explain it, rephrase it so it sounds identically the same, but feels different at the same time. I'm not the biggest fan of that. Right. Even though I have it, sometimes I repeat myself by accident, but that's accidental. But I don't do scripts, while theirs are scripted, so it's personal preference, I guess.
Sure. And I guess for me, I'll highlight this as well to add on to this. There are many people that are like, oh, this is not like, you know, clearly this is not made with YouTube in mind. You're right. Like, it's a stream. It's a live stream. We do this on Twitch. When it's live, there are no ways for me to edit stuff out like some other content creators do, which is they might not pog enough to a certain scene where they can go back and edit that shit in and make it look like flawlessly, like extreme pog faced or whatever, or even take the time to add in discussion and over analyze certain situations because they have the time to pause and make that cut for YouTube. This is all fucking live. And I hate to say it, but there's technical difficulties. There's moments where we where we mess up or a certain phrase or things leak or, like Espi might have shared a little too much or I might have asked the right question or 101 things can go wrong in a live stream. And it seems as though people think that like everything will be geared just for like a YouTube audience. And it's like, there's 101 different ways to approach content creation that is not just the same formula that's spit out the way that a lot of content creators do. And that's just my two takes on it, Scripted videos aren't bad as long as... Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry, you go.
Go ahead.
Oh, scripted videos aren't bad as long as the razor play. It was just one of those where it's like with the chat, like about attacking content. I don't see it as attacking, but being critical. But the particular type of content that I really despise is the resurgence of AI content, where you get the spoilers in the thumbnails, and it's a machine talking, and it is just pure Wikipedia information. Like there's no real effort put behind it, and that's the kind of content that I really have a problem with because you're not attacking a person at that point; you're just attacking a machine. And a lot of the times, those people, if there is a person behind using it, they don't even speak English. And I know this from experience because when I got into doing anime news content, I knew a lot of the other clickbait channels out there, and a lot of them weren't English speakers. What they would do is they would go to Google, they would copy paste the articles, they just type in the basics, use a basic translator, and then they would pump it through a text-to-speech bot and then put it through a video, and that would be their content. And then YouTube started cracking down on that, basically saying we'll demonetize channels that use text-to-speech. But YouTube ain't the best at picking up on that, and especially now that AI voices have gotten really good. It seems people didn't even know when it sounded like a robot. Now with AI ones, it's even harder. So most people can't really distinguish the difference. So, and that's just the content that I have a really big issue with. But I think as YouTube has matured and it's become more about advertisements and sponsors, I understand sponsors. I don't have a problem with sponsors. It depends on how they're done, though.
Well, with that, I do want to highlight, like, for example, I've heard people, and I'll use this as an opportunity just to clear out some of the haters and stuff before we go into another spicy topic. I've heard people say we're padding out, or I'm padding out the video, or we're padding out the video by the discussion points. Where? My videos aren't monetized, bro. Where? Like if I was these
are live as well, so you can't really say they're padded because it's us free speaking, and it's the only editing I've noticed is basically if it's like taking out certain copyrighted music or taking out when you go for your breaks for those 5 minutes, then they cut those out. That's as far as the editing goes. This is all just as raw as it comes, so it's our top of the fort's heads, and that's why there's always those little gaffes, those little moments where Ed can catch me out, or I say something a little bit weird, or go too close to the sun as far as spoilers go. But the content that I'm referring to is heavily scripted and pre-organized videos.
Right.
Those are well put out in advance, and that's... I don't really blame the content creators itself, so I'm not blaming the content, because at the end of the day, it's the game. I'm not blaming the player. I'm blaming the rule sets, because YouTube has created a system where creating carbon copy content that's just AI, clickbaity, heavy spoilers, because at the end of the day, if you put a spoiler in the video and it angers people, what do you think people are going to do? They're going to leave a comment. A comment then increases engagement. One of the things that me and another content creator used to joke about in our DMs, 414 Anime, we used to joke about mispronouncing words deliberately. And there was a point where he'd said to me, I'm going to release this video. I've deliberately mispronounced this word. Let's see the engagement. And he would compare it to a video with no mispronunciations with mispronunciations. The video with the mispronunciations do better. Why? Because everyone's in the comments. Oh my God, you mispronounced this word. You're an idiot. Boom. Engagement.
Right. No, and I seen like I had a friend that's also like a similar instance where he analyzes stuff where he tried a similar tactic. He just mispronounced people's names on like in the title or even saying it, and people would just jump into like the comment section and correct it, and boom, the engagements went through the roof because of that. It's wild.
One of my best videos was an Overlord video. It's now deleted, but it was me mispronouncing Sebas as Sebastian.
Uh-huh.
It was my best video I ever did. I was like 1K subs, and I got like over like 200K views in like a day.
Whoa.
Because everyone was in the comments going, boom, 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 you mispronounced. And there were people arguing, like people sending me death threats, and there were people defending me, saying it's not that bad, chill. Because of that engagement, it just skyrocketed. I ended up deleting it because I just didn't want to deal with all the hate. And then I ended up redoing that video. Didn't do as well, but it still kind of rode off of that algorithm. So, and to note on Nat's videos, yeah, hers are very well scripted, very well organized ahead. I don't see the sponsor parts a problem. Though, as far as constructive criticism go with Nat, sometimes she gives too much of a life story at the start, but that's just because I get impatient. I'm like, I want to get to the good stuff, but that's just, I'm an impatient person sometimes. But I can be patient at times.
Well, I was going to say, like, let's be honest. Sometimes I'm even impatient on my stuff. Like, for example, dude, if you're on YouTube, you have the amazing button of skipping. You could skip to anywhere and like literally get to like whatever part you want to get to, and it's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. Like, use whatever like, but there are a lot of people who like forget that like you can ×4 speed it, ×2 speed it, skip around, find wherever you need to be. But it's like, I don't know, like
it only becomes a problem if it's extreme. Like if like 25% of the start is just introductions, monetized components, and then there's a lot of padding, and there's like a very small amount that's actual content. Because if a video is 20 minutes long and you've got 4 minutes of content in there, that's when I have a problem. But if it's like a 20-minute video and it's like 3 minutes of like advertisements and introductions, and I'm like, you can skip that stuff. That's easy. That's like like a small amount. And that's how like Nat does her videos. A lot of content creators that I watch do the same. But there is those kind of really heavily padded out videos that I've noticed a resurgent in, and those ones just kind of bug me a little bit. But that's just, again, by personal gripe. It's not an attack on any individual person. I just personally don't like the content. I just see it as annoying.
But through
it's not just like it's in all different types of content. It's not just anime specifically. I'm talking like YouTube as a general.
I guess I want to bring up this next question for you, which is, and it's not just content like, well, I've seen it a lot because I've seen a lot of the screenshots fly around, which is content creators from Mushoku Tensei. This is the final episode. There's a lot of fucking drama that they're bringing into this. All of a sudden, they might have loved it. They might have been okay with it. Final 2-3 episodes, it's all hate towards Mushoku Tensei. And I guess my question for you in that regard is, oh wow, that really got like in focus. Like your camera went super in focus and then like out and then back in. That was beautiful. When it comes to creators like that, do you feel like for some creators that just go the automatic hate route, is it because drama sells? Is it because it's like hate baiting, essentially? Follow the trends.
It's an interesting observation with YouTube because I've been watching that kind of thing going on with Twitter or X, because now there's monetization with some accounts that can get to a certain size. There's been a heavy drive of people wanting to create, and this has always been going on well before X or Twitter started adding monetization. So this is not like a Elon bad for doing this, but I've noticed there has been a much more bigger resurgent in that people are trying to create what they call fake outrage. And I noticed, and I know Ed liked my tweet about this. There was a cosplayer that was doing a cosplay of One Punch Man, and she's doing the petite girl that's the older sister of the big busty girl. I think it's older sister. And they were both doing the sister's cosplay, and she's petite. She's short. She looks younger, she's got a smaller frame of body, but people were like, oh my god, she's a child, and people were just attacking her, body shaming her.
Yeah.
And so many of these tweets were doing really well. Why? Because it was creating outrage. And there was one girl where she was like really slandering her, like body shaming, saying how it's disgusting. Oh, how dare this person have these little cute plushies in the background? Why are you doing these specific characters that are lolly type? And lo and behold, a bunch of people went through her Twitter page and noticed that she cosplayed as characters from the Fates universe, Ilya, from a series known for sexualizing her in fan service, where she basically is thrown in fan servicey moments with her stepbrother. And she was cosplaying that character in a room, Riv plushies in the background. It was like identically the same just different character. And it was like, people were just like, wait, you're attacking them for this, but you've done exactly the same stuff multiple times. And that's when I pointed out to people, they're doing this because it gets them attention. They don't really think these things. They probably don't. Maybe if they do, then they really are hypocritical. But most of the time they don't. This gets them engagement. And when you check out the views, some of these are getting like millions of views to hundreds of thousands. And you only need to get 3 million views over 3 months. I think it's 3 million. No, 5 million views over 3 months. And you can get monetization as long as you got membership. You can make some pretty good money from that. And this is the thing that happens with Mushoku Tensei as well. Hate gets views. I mean, I could make a video tonight saying why Rise into the Shield Hero is trash. I guarantee you I'll get some good views, and I bet you I'll be pinged on the Shield Hero Discord like 1,000,000 times, but I'll get the views.
Actually,
but at the same time, you end up making people hate you.
Let's test this. Mods, whoever's my editor that's in here, take this statement, put it at the beginning, and we'll correct it, right? Which is, Mushoku Tensei is trash. And that's exactly what the haters want you to believe. Welcome to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God. Oh, I could already imagine people automatically seeing that or like hearing that, because that's like the big title that people throw up there. And like the engagement like of haters and people trying to come in and do that like skyrockets, sadly enough. It's a world where like this hatred just keeps growing and snowballing. And the engagements just help them keep these hateful stances. It's like we're no longer promoting people being individuals and having opinions and just following along with the train of hate.
I mean, I'm going to say something because I'm thinking on it. This might be controversial. It's not controversial bad in the sense of, but controversial in the sense I'm going to point something out that some people are going to know exactly who I'm talking about. There's a reason why certain content creators have become big from hating Sword Art Online. Just saying. Hate gets good views.
Oh, I don't even know who you're talking about. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Some people will. There's actually 2 channels that I could be referring to, but I'm more talking about the bigger one that's still around. But it just shows that you can build an entire channel around just hating on an entire series, and it can breed in amazing views. And then once that person goes into content that isn't hating on something, the views just plummet.
Right.
And then when they go back to hating stuff, it goes back up. And that's the thing. It's like this. It just seems to be something in our brains where people seem to really gravitate towards toxic content. I mean, you see a lot of drama channels, VTuber channels. There's like gaming channels that go over toxicity. And there's anime stuff as well. It's like those content creators that cover heavy drama. I've covered drama. I remember covering the not Goblin Slayer, Demon Slayer drama with the whole fan service. And that video did really well. And it's sad. It's something that I personally don't like because I think it removes good discussions that we can have that are meaningful. But at the same time, it seems to be just how we as humans work. I do it all the time where I go towards like really toxic content.
Right.
And then I watch it and then I'm like, I feel kind of bad at the end. I'm like, it's kind of toxic.
Well, my thing is, I don't think we've ever really hated on an anime, like so far. and I don't intend to start hating on like a show. Like that's why I always state, like, whether it's ReZero or any isekai out there, it's like I'm not gonna go ahead and be like, let me hate on the show just because it's a different perspective than Mushoku Tensei. And I find, like, at least in the sphere of like reactors, I find it weird, and I understand why they do that, because at the end of the day, you're following the next like hype train, right? So for me, it's like I see where they're coming from, because of course you always got to raise another community, another anything. But at the same time, it's like all this hate and negativity. At what point does it just become old? Like, you know, to the point where you're just like, you're following the same lines of attack. You're literally just attacking people, or you're following through that. And it's like, are you growing as an individual from just that toxicity?
I also feel like if your entire existence is being angry at something, I don't know, it just makes me feel like a very miserable person. And I guess the reason why I don't like that kind of content is because, and this is a bit of fun history for me, when I first got sick with ulcerative colitis, and then I had to have my large bowel removed, I was a very angry person back then. And that was back when I was in my teens. I was basically in high school, just entered out of high school because I had to drop out of high school because I was so sick. I didn't go to high school. Then when I went back, I failed everything. Teachers were kind of douches, so I ended up dropping out, went to an adult campus. But when I went through that entire surgery process in hospitals, I was very angry. I was very, very angry. I was very vicious. I was very bitter. And my mindset was, I didn't deserve this. Why is this happening to me? I've always been good to my health. I don't smoke, don't drink, don't party, don't take drugs. So I was very angry. And as I grew older, I realized that I was allowing hatred to control everything about me. It was steering how I made friends, how I talked to people. I was very, very bitter, onto the point where, like, when I'd go on to World of Warcraft forums, because that was what I was playing back then, I'd just be angry and bitter about everything. Instead of being constructive and making positive relationships, I was just pissy. I was moody. Right. And so as I got older, I realized it just wasn't a healthy mindset. So when I see it on Twitter or on YouTube, it's something that I kind of look at and I go, you know, sometimes I lapse back into that toxic mindset, but I try to really steer away from that. That's, I guess, my personal experience as an individual. When you've been there, you've been very angry at the world, and then you've realized that all it does is it holds you down. It's an anchor.
Well, through that, I think that you bring up a perfect opportunity for this. Are there any VTubers in here? Because I've been trying to go ahead and bring up some like VTuber issues in regards to this as well, because like thinking about it, not just in the creation sphere that we have, because we show our lovely faces, you know, but I've been trying to get a little bit more of an insight in terms of how VTubers also present themselves and what actions like or repercussions they've had to deal with. Because one aspect is, for us, we show our faces. We don't. I don't really care. I'm not sure if you care about people seeing your face and whatnot, your lovely, beautiful face. But it's like people can attack us for various things. People confuse Espi for Chibi all the time. People have literally commented that I look like Eartheus, and I'm like, okay, come on, like that was funny, but fuck you. And just a bunch of like, you know, like people can go on random attacks and random instances like that. But for a lot of VTubers, it's like people can come for just the imagination or even the aspect of actually showing themselves. It's scary to think about how, as a content creator, they can drop from having 500 viewers to like 10 because of how they look. And like the importance of how, you know, presenting is for some people. You VTubers usually deal with parasocial stuff, and you think we don't, brother? I was about to say, but there's some parasociality that happens in our communities. I think we can speak to that. But no. Okay. Oh, you have a story?
I was going to say, I have this tendency, and I've told Nat this in the DMs, every time she likes or comments in a tweet, I always get a couple of her fans always angry at me, and I'm like, are you scared I'm going to steal her from you?
I don't know, man. It's just your devilish charms. You can probably steal her and never never be
She's
there
jealous
for them.
of you.
She's jealous of you? Why? Or me? Why?
No, she's jealous of you.
Why?
Because she made a joke. She was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna come on Ed's stream and I'm gonna steal him away from you. I'm gonna read you." And then I replied with, "I will never let that happen." I was like, dead serious. I was like, "No, that's a line you're not crossing, lady." I was like, "He's mine."
Oh no! Oh no! Nat trying to steal me away from you, or you away from me? Nah. This is a bond. Unless she comes in with the maid outfit, then we might be in trouble. Hold on. Considering your conversations, brother, oof. It's a love triangle. It's a love triangle, guys. My next question for you.
That's why she stopped showing up.
It's a spicy one, and it's one.
Yeah,
it's one that made its rounds, its ways around other people, which is, and I asked this earlier, but I guess I'll ask you just to get your opinion on this. Throughout this season, has Rudy been homophobic?
No.
Point in case.
I've never seen a situation where he's hated on gays at all. I mean, there's still that debate of whether Rudy was bi-curious or not, and I still stand by that. I think he was bi-curious. But I remember reading somewhere that someone used that as an excuse of being like, because he questioned Fitz's identity, that was his way of being like homophobic. And I was like, no, because Fitz was pretty mysterious, and Rudy probably started wondering to himself, why am I attracted to Fitz, and was wondering, is there more to this? Maybe there's something going on. And I think that's some of the stuff that was going on in Rudy's mind. He was constantly trying to work out who was under that mask.
Right.
Whether he knew deep down inside or not, that it comes up to the interpretation. But I don't see Rudy as ever being homophobic at all throughout the series. I've seen some people say that he was racist because of his snarky remark at the Beast Girls, but I'm like, he wasn't trying to be racist. He was just trying to provoke them, and he knew how to provoke them because of their demeanor of speech. So he's like, all right, well, I'll belittle their speech and get a provoking going, and then I can, engage in combat and win.
Right. Well, through that, I think it's something else to go ahead and reaffirm. This is what I talked about earlier as well, is like, you can affirm your sexuality, and that doesn't make it homophobic. I also want to say, some people have some really weird arguments about pheromones and about like really subconsciously knowing that like Fitz was Sylphie because of the pheromones, and I was like, no, that's not how that works. Yeah. That's not how anyone. I was like legitimately weirded out. Like Rudy got a sniff of Fitz, and the pheromones intercepted into his like neural transmitters and his and it just went into like this long explanation. I'm like, that's not how that works. That's not how any of that works. Like, what?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a couple of comments like that on your comments, mine, and then also on Twitter. I was like, I don't think you understand how hormones work. I'm like, I think you're trying to create something that's fictional there. It's like, it's not quite how it works.
Yeah, I was a bit taken back, but also I agree with your opinion. I was like, I've never seen throughout this season a particular moment where Rudy shows like any homophobic intent towards anybody, and like a statement where you can like look at and be like, this is exactly where this homophobia is present at all. Like, people are trying to say that it was latent homophobia, and I'm like, no, there's a difference between finding your sexuality, right? Discrimination. There's a difference between racism, and there's a difference between homophobia, and all of these are differently classified. So with homophobia, it's disgust and or treating someone less than due to their sexual preferences, right? And that's just any kind of sexism, any kind of like any type of major phobia that we're going to go into with that. Rudy doesn't show that. Rudy has a lot of internal works, and if Fitz was a guy, I bet you he would have tried to clap those cheeks as well. That's all I gotta say, is he probably would have tried to clap those cheeks as well. So it probably would have been the same, My next question to you is this: do you think that this show is too hard, like the writing is too convoluted, and that the world revolves around Rudy and gives everything to Rudy?
The whole concept of the story doesn't punish Rudy for his mistakes, which he does that multiple times throughout the story where he does get punished for his mistakes. And I know after this episode goes out, some of the reactionary channels out there, I know some of them really don't like Rudy's certain particular behavior.
Sure.
And I know he grabbed Sylvia's chest. I know some people will probably complain about that, but I think at the same time, Sylvia is pretty kinky. I think people worked that out from the last episode. As far as the story goes in punishing or rewarding Rudy's behavior, that I think that's equal in the sense of it promotes positive behavior and punishes bad behavior. I mean, when Rudy was inappropriate to Eris, she kicked his head in.
Mm-hmm.
And that was appropriate. He had it coming. When he grabbed one of the Beast Girls' jugglers, she scratched him. That's showing, bad behavior. At the same time, even those girls didn't really care deep down inside, but they're still going to give him a bit of a claw back for trying to cop one without asking. I don't see the story as something that rewards Rudy for his bad behavior. And I also don't see it as a self-insert for the writer. I've seen some people try and pull that one, and I'm just like, no. I mean, that's a bit of a weird self-insert, especially seeing how flawed Rudy is. And I don't know, I feel like I could understand if it was like a very boring default cutout character, maybe, but those are like the generic self-inserts where you've got those easy guys where the main protagonist is a cardboard cutout with no personality other than they work a 9-to-5 office job. But Rudy is not one of those. He's got a lot of strengths, a lot of weaknesses, character defects, strengths in who he is, certain morals, certain things that he will and won't do. I don't see that as a self-insert, and I don't see his behavior being condoned or rewarded throughout the story.
I think another big thing for me is like people saying that the world revolves around Rudy. No, it doesn't. The world has been going on like in this environment. You have like Hitogami clearly with whatever is going on with Orsted. Like they're like the major players. This is what I was talking about when I said chess game. It's like they're like the major players in a chess game. And Rudy's just like a random pawn, just like a majority of these characters are. And as we've clearly even seen in this episode, where there's major things that are happening, with Luke running to go grab the aphrodisiac, and in the background you see Zenoba and the cat girls training, him trying to do the chantless magic and go Super Saiyan. It's like the world is still revolving without Rudy there. And it's not like Rudy has to be the White Knight. Like if you really want to talk about a world where it relies on one person for the world to exist, if Subaru doesn't save Emilia literally like takes out the entire world, as noted in some of the other things, right? It's like, granted, there's more complexities to it. Again, I'm not shitting on ReZero or anything like that. Just using it as an example, where in this world, if Rudy dies, he dies. Like, that's it. It looks like it's game over, unless Nanahoshi brings him back. Or in other cases where, hey, guess what? There's some difficulties that are happening. People get displaced. Rudy's not the one that's like going out there and doing the saving. Paul's trying to go out and gather people and be the White Knight. Rudy's in his Depresso arc. He's not being the main character. And I feel like people want him to be this OP main character that like is righteous and a White Knight, and that's not who he is.
I think that's the thing some people need to realize, is that the world of Mushoku Tensei is a very, very big world. There's many characters, many things going on, and as much as, yes, Rudy is kind of seen as the main character, the world doesn't evolve around him.
Right.
There's always other things going on. I mean, it shows it with Ariel. She's still got her power struggle going on with Luke. You've got the Beast Girls doing their school academics. Xanaba doing his own figure stuff with his little pupil. Eris somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, probably doing something stupid, maybe banging another guy. Characters are doing their thing.
Don't add things into my mind now. No.
Paul probably sleeping with Lilia.
More than likely that one, yeah. Eris comes back with the kid. I would die. I would be like, no way. Oh, that would be interesting.
Look, Rudy, look what me and Orsted did.
Oh. That's just internal pain, man. But overall, though, I will say I have enjoyed this season. I thought this season was phenomenal. And I think that your hype was appropriate because there was a lot of greatness in it. There was a lot of different opportunities to explore. What would you give this season overall, though, out of 10?
I was going to say 10 out of 10 just to be overhyped, but I would say definitely an 8.5 to 9 out of 10.
Hey, we landed on the same rating. Yeah. That was really, really nice.
I mean, yeah, it had its, its issues as far as some quality, like some still shots, some stuff at the start. But I mean, if I went through season 1, I could find some pretty weird, janky moments as well throughout season 1. So I personally am not the type that likes to compare the two.
Sure.
I just enjoy the journey as a whole, and I think it's still holding up as an entire journey as like an 8.5 and a 9 out of 10. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like Mushoku Tensei, is just because it goes from different periods of his life and there's always a different change of atmosphere. So it never really gets stale or boring, like compared to other isekais where it's like always like stagnated in one location and that's really all they're at. Like I don't mind those from time to time, but I like how Mushoku Tensei tries to do things different. So very, very excited for Core 2.
Oh, we're going to have to wait till April, my brother. We're going to have to wait for April. But through this, like, I guess we can announce it. Hey, Friday, Frieren, we're starting off with it. Espi, would you be joining us for long discussion on Frieren?
I'd love to.
It might be later.
That's going to be a triple episode, maybe 4. I think it might be 3 to 4 episodes jammed into one. It's like 90 minutes.
I was gonna say it might be later on, I guess in the evening for you, technically, because I'd be starting up around this time, so it would probably be evening time.
Okay, yeah. If you're starting around now, then it'll be because it's 10:30 now. So,
yeah. So guys, it is gonna be fucking amazing. I hope you guys are here. Sundays, I'm probably gonna do Vinland and Eminence. Just because I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to pack Eminence with Frieren in that first episode. 2-hour episode analysis plus conversation. Oof. But I'm so excited.
That's going to be big.
Oh, Espi, thank you so much for being a part of this journey. Like, all of these talks and our observations and whatnot have been a world of fun, and I hope you know it, man. Like, you are literally, like, a part of this channel, a part of this life, a part of everything, man. Like, we love you. Guys, show that love and support to Espi, please. But also...
it's been really fun.
Well, I'm glad. Were there any major, like, things that, like, took you by surprise through our journey together so far? I'll be honest, there's a couple. Your rat one, of course, major statements. But aside from that, like, there's been times where, like, you've phrased something and you've led me down a wild goose chase to nothing, to a fucking dead end. And I've been like, Espi, what the fuck? Many a times, which I love you for, because it's been, fantastic. A wild geese chase, yes.
It's one of those stories where there's so many possibilities of where the story can go. Like, imagine if Rudy never went and taught Eris, like, what would their relationship be like? Or what if the Manor disaster never happened and Eris and Rudy stayed together? Or what if Eris didn't leave Rudy after the end of season 1? Like, there are so many possibilities of where the story could have gone, what could have happened. What if Rudy decided to do things different, didn't listen to Man God, or did listen to the Man God in certain situations? There's so many possibilities of what the story can do. And I think that's what those moments when you can really theorize is when you really realize that there's a lot of depth to the characters.
Right. What is our biggest hope for Core 2? Espi?
That's like asking me a loaded question right there. But I'll say something that wasn't in the trailer. I'm really looking forward to the possibility of some reunions, maybe, that weren't in the trailer. Maybe.
Oh, shit. Well, they started a raid here. I will say...
There's a lot of characters, so...
I will say I am excited to see where this is going to go. I feel like I need a little bit more action orientation. So I am super excited for it. Guys, get ready, because Espi is going to be joining us for Frieren. That's right. You thought the journey ended here. Fuck no, we're continuing. We're continuing. That's right. Your boy and I are going to keep going through this time and time and time again. Espi and Ed and Nat, 1,000 episodes. Espi and Ed to 1,000 years. Yes, guys. No, we're going to go to continue Frieren when it's coming out this Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a big one. Guys, we are going to be rating, or once it's appropriate, a YouTuber or VTuber with 26 followers. Drop some Doritos. I want to show them that Mushoku Tensei love. Literally drop all them Doritos and ask them if they're practicing self-care, if they're taking a shower. What else, Espi? You ask a question so that way we can just go cycle through a random question you'd ask the VTuber.
Trying to figure something themed based on this season, this last episode. I was gonna say, are they ready for the segs?
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you all. Get your Doritos ready. Show them that love and support. We'll see you here Friday.